Hello, hello! Welcome to Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven. Before I move so that you can see. No, there is no bread. It is frogs. That is how this works. When I'm reading the fairy tales, I bring out my frogs. Maybe one day this will change, but stop expecting bread! It's good that I have a real brain right now. It's helpful. It's good. Please. Okay, here we go. It is frogs. Stop! I'm sure you will get breadhead soon again. Do not worry. It's just that they're not there right now. It's frogs instead. Run! You're the ones in my stream. Don't even yar. But hi everybody. Hi Arctic. Hi Yar. Sorry you had the little fight. Hi Mask. And yeah, hi Cage. Boom. Evil. Okay. Why is that emote so cute? The little Cage Boom? It is cute. It's got the cutesy little mouth. It's cute. It's a fight of love. Currently running right now. Why? I mean, for heart health, okay, fine, enjoy your run. But, the only running I'm doing is running for president of where? President? Mask the President. Wow, that's gonna be your next name change. Mask the President. I'll fully admit I jacked it from the late gotcha game. Ooh, and redo it as yourself. Hey, do it. Botswana? Is that where Mask is gonna be president? I'm writing that down. Mask the President. Okay, good. Good. I'm working on research papers, and that's why I was so fast to get here. Well, there you go. But also, then do your research paper. Don't chat here. Just listen and write. Hopefully none of our weird Brazilian stories will translate over. We are moving on to a new book, so it's gonna be a little bit different, but it's still Brazilian folklore. President of the world. Good luck, bruh. Good luck. The Preza King. Okay. That's like the president of Earth. Futurama. Why did they choose Nixon? Well, rather Nixon's head. What a choice. Anyway, okay. I am going to be starting a new book. I have no idea how long these stories are gonna be, so we'll see if we finish them today, or if we'll have to wait to finish this book, because it's gonna be a minute. I have yet to make my schedule for when I'm house sitting with Vi. It might be for the best that I come up with that on the fly while I'm there, because I have no idea until I'm there really what I'm going to do, because my brain has been elsewhere. It was bread for a while, so I did nothing then, and now that I've got my brain back and it's not bread, I'm just trying to catch up. It's been chaos, and I mean, we did the tech issues, and they're still not gold. My bit rate is still, I was gonna say it's really wobbly, but then it just flattened out in the second I was saying that. So, yeah, I don't have that totally planned out just yet. What we're gonna see. I want to be president, like the president of a golf club. I don't really want to rule anything. You're gonna be class president? I'm a vote for Cage. He's got a good thing going. Cage is a good vote. TBH. Aw, they're not fighting. Cage, did you know you were running? Good soup for everyone. Good soup? Oh, that's the changes. Are you backing Mask's campaign? Yar for president? Are all of you running? This is gonna be a big ballot. Oh no. Okay. But yes, we are starting the next story. Who's ready for more stuffs? I'll make banana growing mandatory. Like everybody has to have their own banana tree, or what do you mean? So much water. What about water? What about water? Oh my god, where's my water? Okay, I have to go. I put that down. I put that down elsewhere. Maybe there's a little bit of bread brain, just a tiny bit. But I gotta go get that. Okay, let's see. Is my BRB screen fixed up? Let's see. Let's find out. It is. Yay. Okay, you were deemed hydrate, but I gotta go get it. So hold on. Hold on right here. Oh, okay. I am back. Has water. I will hydrate. Yar says everyone will have to make banana. I hope Arctic is pleased with my hydration. I hope everyone is hydrating. Mask is being a little shit, giggling at my lack of water while he was being sad. Bratty eye. So my first action as president. Oh, shoot. Oop. First action as president will be building a wall between Earth and Mars. We don't want Martians in our planet. There's no okay. Oh, I got tea. Oh, good, Arctic. And Cage is not running. Cage is the entire race. Oh, good. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys keep battling it out for the fruit tea, of course. Of course. I'll let you guys keep battling it out in chat here. And I'm going to pull up our first story. The first story of the new book. Second book of Brazilian Folktales. This one is called Tales of Giants from Brazil. This book, I mean. It looks like the first one is a little bit longer than the first ones of the other book, but the last ones of the other book were maybe around this length. It's not that terribly long. So we won't be too long before we can do more redeems again. But let's get this up. Well, that's not what I... There you go. So the first story is The Princess of the Springs. I'm assuming they mean water, like a river, that kind of spring. But if it's like springs, like the coils of metal, that would be a time. Heck of a princess then. Alright. Water. Why are you calling for water, Arctic? Okay. Oh, because springs. Yes. Okay. If we're all settled in. Yes, alright. Alright, here we go. Once, long ago, the moon giant wooed the beautiful giantess who dwells in the great river and won her love. He built for her a wonderful palace where the great river runs into the sea. It was made of mother of pearl with rich carvings, and gold and silver and precious stones were used to adorn it. Never before in all the world had a giant or giantess possessed such a magnificent home. Oh, you guys. Okay, I'm distracted. When the baby daughter of the moon giant and the giantess of the great river was born, it decreed among the giants that she should be the princess of all the springs and should rule over all the rivers and lakes. So, by being the daughter of the moon giant and the great river, are you in charge of all of the giants? Do you get to say that you're in charge of all the water ever? But okay, sure. Ruling over all rivers and lakes. The light of her eyes was like the moonbeams, and her smile was like the moonlight on still waters. Her strength was as the strength of the great river, and the fleetness of her foot was as the swiftness of the great river. As the beautiful spring princess grew older, many suitors came to sing her praises beneath the palace windows, but she favored none of them. She was so happy living in her own lovely palace with her own dear mother that she did not care at all for any suitor. No other daughter ever loved her mother as the spring princess loved the giantess of the great river. At last the sun giant came to woo the spring princess. Sun giant? Ooh. Is that going to be like a opposition to Daddy Moon Giant or something? The strength of the sun giant was as the strength of 10 of the other suitors of the fair princess. He was so powerful that he won her heart. When he asked her to marry him, however, and go with him to his own palace, the spring princess shook her lovely head. "Oh, sun giant, you are so wonderful and so powerful that I love you as I never before have loved a suitor who sang beneath my palace window," said she. "But I love my mother too. I cannot go away with you and leave my own dear mother. It would break my heart." The sun giant told the spring princess again and again of his great love for her, of his magnificent palace which would be her new home, of the happy life which awaited her as queen of the palace. At length she listened to his pleadings and decided that she could leave home and live with him for 9 months of the year. For 3 months of every year, however, she would have to return to the wonderful palace of Mother of Pearl, where the great river runs into the sea, and spend her time with her mother, the giantess of the great river. The sun giant at last sorrowfully consented to this arrangement, and the wedding feast was held. It lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. A whole week, this wedding? Wow. Then the spring princess went away with the sun giant to his home. Every year the spring princess went to visit her mother for 3 months, according to the agreement. For 3 months of every year she lived in the palace of Mother of Pearl, where the great river runs into the sea. For 3 months of every year the rivers sang once more as they rushed along their way. For 3 months the lakes sparkled in the bright sunlight as their hearts once more were brimful of joy. When at last the little son of the spring princess was born, she wanted to take him with her when she went to visit her mother. The sun giant, however, did not approve of such a plan. He firmly refused to allow the child to leave home. After much pleading, all in vain, the spring princess set out upon her journey alone, with sorrow in her heart. She left her baby son with the best nurses she could procure. Very unfair. Now it happened that the giantess of the great river had not expected that her daughter would be able to visit her that year. She had thought that all the rivers and lakes, the palace of Mother of Pearl, and her own mother heart would have to get along as best they could without a visit from the spring princess. The giantess of the great river had gone away to water the earth. One of the land giants had taken her prisoner and would not let her escape. Jeez. This is what happens when I don't go visit my mom. This poor spring princess, she's panicking. When the spring princess arrived at the beautiful palace of Mother of Pearl, and gold and silver and precious stones, where the great river runs into the sea, there was no one at home. She ran from room to room in the palace, calling out, "Oh, dear mother, giantess of the great river, dear, dear mother, where are you? Where have you hidden yourself?" As if she's just playing hide and seek. No. There was no answer. Her own voice echoed back to her through the beautiful halls of the Mother of Pearl, with their rich carvings. The palace was entirely deserted. She ran outside the palace and called to the fishes of the river. "Oh, fishes of the river, have you seen my own dear mother?" She called to the sands of the sea. "Oh, sands of the sea, have you seen my darling mother?" She called to the shells of the shore. "Oh, shells of the shore, have you seen my precious mother?" There was no answer. No one knew what had become of the giantess of the great river. The spring princess was so worried that she thought her heart would break in its anguish. In her distress, she ran over all the earth. Then she went to the house of the great wind. I'm nervous that this is going to be one of those, because we have the sun and the moon, and now we have the wind. This is feeling very like, go this way, and then that way, and then this way. I'm getting flashbacks. Okay. The giant of the great wind was away, but his old father was at home. He was very sorry for the spring princess when he heard her sad story. "I am sure my son can help you find your mother," he said as he comforted her. "He will soon get home from his day's work." When the giant of the great wind reached home, he was in a terrible temper. He stormed and raged and gave harsh blows to everything he met. His father had hid the spring princess in a closet out of the way, and it was fortunate indeed for her that he had done so. After the great wind giant had taken his bath and eaten his dinner, he was better-natured. Then his father said to him, "Oh, my son, if a wandering princess had come this way on purpose to ask you a question, what would you do to her?" if I perhaps brought a lady in here who had a question, would you, beat her up like you did that couch over there and that wall over there? What would you do? Just wondering. "Why, I'd answer her question as best I could, of course," responded the giant of the great wind. His father straightway opened the closet door, and the spring princess stepped out. In spite of her long wanderings and great anguish of mind, she was still very lovely as she knelt before the giant of the great wind in her soft, silvery green garments embroidered with pearls and diamonds. The big heart of the giant of the great wind was touched at her beauty and at her grief. Sorry, yes, Arctic. I was theorizing that this giant would be a mess. Okay. "Oh, giant of the great wind," said the spring princess, as he gently raised her from her knees before him. "I am the daughter of the giantess of the great I am the giantess of the... No, my gosh, I got mixed up." So he says, "Okay, stand up." She says, "Oh, giant of the great wind, I am the daughter of the giantess of the great river. I have lost my mother. I have searched for her through all the earth, and now I have come to you for help. Can you tell me anything about where she is and how I can find her?" The giant of the great wind put on his thinking cap. He thought hard. "Your mother is in the power of a land giant who has imprisoned her," he said. "I happen to know all about the affair." "And you didn't do anything?" "Sir, I passed by that way only yesterday. I'll gladly go with you and help you get her home. We'll start at once." The giant of the great wind took the spring princess back to earth on his swift horses. Were they not on earth? Okay, fine. Then he stormed the castle of the land giant who had imprisoned the giantess of the great river. The spring princess dug quietly beneath the castle walls to the dungeon where her mother was confined. Oh, hi, Prime Spud. I am alright. My throat, I think I need a break to cough and hydrate. But we'll finish this paragraph. Alright, she's digging under the dungeon where her mother is confined. You may be sure that her mother was overjoyed to see her. Okay, cool. And then I will, just for a moment, I'll Thank you, Primes Bud. Okay. Okay, I am back. Thank you for that. And I will do my big stretch. Hello, model. You can bounce back. Thank you. Over other side. Okay. The way she gets stuck when I stretch is always so silly. Alright, and posture check. Okay. Yes, I did these. Alright. Back to story. She's found her mother. Mother is very happy to see her. When the spring princess had led her mother safely outside the castle walls, she thanked the giant of the great wind for all he had done to help her. Then the giantess of the great river and the spring princess hastened back to the wonderful palace of the mother of pearl set with gold and silver and precious stones, where the great river runs into the sea. As soon as she had safely reached there once more, the spring princess suddenly remembered that she had stayed away from her home in the palace of the sun giant longer than the 3 months she was supposed to stay according to the agreement. What's gonna happen because of that? I'm very nervous that her husband is gonna do something bad. I'm very nervous. She at once said goodbye to her mother and hastened to the home of the sun giant, her husband, and to her baby son. Now, the sun giant had been very much worried at first when the 3 months had passed and the spring princess had not come back to him and her little son. Then he became angry. He became so angry. Here I was. Okay, earlier when our princess was talking to the great wind and he was touched at her beauty, I was like, don't cheat. Don't you dare cheat. And then here we are. He became so angry that he married another princess. Fucking rude. The new wife discharged the nurses who were taking care of the tiny son of the spring princess, so she really should have brought her baby with her, even though she went on a drastic adventure, because then he would have had a better life probably in this time. Because she gets rid of the nurses who were taking care of the tiny son of the spring princess and put him in the kitchen just as if he had been a little slave baby. Awful. Awful. Don't say these things. When the spring princess arrived at the palace of the sun giant, the very first person she saw was her own little son, so dirty and neglected that she hardly recognized him. Then she found out all that had happened in her absence. The spring princess quickly seized her child and clasped him tight in her arms. Then she fled to the depths of the sea and wept and wept and wept. The waters of the sea rose so high that they reached even to the palace of the sun giant. They covered the palace and the sun giant and his new wife, and all the court entirely disappeared from view. For 40 days the face of the sun giant was not seen upon the earth. The little son of the spring princess grew up to be the giant of the rain. In the rainy season and the season of thunder showers, he rules upon the earth. He sends upon the earth such tears as the spring princess shed in the depths of the seas. The end. I'm glad that this one properly feels like a fairy tale again. This is how and why the weather works and such. This is, okay, this is why spring is what it is and why nature feels happier. They called her the Springs Princess, the Princess of the Springs, but she was also referred to as the Spring Princess. So those 3 months she went back home was probably in the spring. And then one spring, they weren't expecting her, so maybe the weather was bad, but she still showed up and she had to go help out her mom. And her mom is the great river, so maybe there was something wrong with the river, and that's why spring isn't gonna come the way it should. And then it so did, and then it became a huge huge storm. 40 days they couldn't see the sun. For 40 days they did not see the sun giant up top. So that's 40 days of big storms. And then now there's always the big rain all the time with the sun. Or like the child of the spring princess. Those are all very cool. I like that. I like those twists. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Okay. And it's also very cool that the wind giant was the one to help her out, because, yeah, she became a big old storm. So it would make sense that there's wind involved. The next story is The Fountain of Giant Land. We'll figure out what that means in a minute. I don't have any proper redeems right now, but we can do redeems in between stories, I remind you. These aren't that long. The next one is slightly longer than the last one. It's a bit. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do next. Fountain of Giant Land. Well, now I am torn, Arctic. You have redeemed it after I have typed in the next story title. Do we read or Kalib? Read story first? Oh, okay. Thank you. You have made the decision not a decision anymore. Perfect. Okay. The Fountain of Giant Land. Long ago there lived a king who was blind. He had employed all the wise physicians in the kingdom, but all to no avail. Not one of them did a single thing to restore his lost eyesight. One day a little old woman came to the door of the palace, begging alms. She said to the servant at the door, "I wish to say a word to the king who is blind. I know a sure cure for his blindness." "You don't say." The servant led the little old woman into the king's presence. He was sitting upon the royal throne with his royal crown upon his head, but his blind eyes were bandaged, and his royal face was sad. His royal face, not his normal face. Why is everything royal? Okay, sad because he could no longer see the bright sunlight shining upon the deep blue sea from the window of the palace, nor the lords and ladies of the court before him in their gorgeous garments of purple and cloth garments of purple, and cloths of silver, and cloth of gold, nor the face of the queen. Oh, that's the real problem, can you? All right. "O royal majesty," said the little old woman as she bowed low before him, "there is only one thing in the whole world which will restore your lost eyesight. It is the water of the Fountain of Giant Land. Bathe your eyes in that water, and your lost eyesight will be restored at once." "How can I obtain this wonderful water?" asked the king. "Giant Land is a long distance from my kingdom, and I do not know the way there." The king, the queen, and all the courtiers held their breaths to listen to the reply of the little old woman. Yes, call him a mask, but in a bit. Oh, yes, okay. "Your majesty will need to build a strong fleet to sail up the great river which leads to Giant Land," she said. "The expedition will need as its leader a prince with a brave heart, for there will be many perils on the way to test his mettle. Mettle, M-E-T-T-L-E. It's good to read that word. It doesn't pop up as often. Okay. "The Fountain of Giant Land is at the summit of a long, steep, rocky mountain, and it can be reached only by a prince who ascends the mountain looking neither to the right nor to the left." Just look down, just look up, just look forward, just look behind you. Okay. "All along the way stand huge giants ready to enslave one ready to enslave one the moment he stops looking straight ahead. Okay, so it does have to be straight ahead. Dang it. If one should succeed in climbing the mountain, the fountain is there at the summit, but it is guarded by a dragon. One can approach it only when the dragon is asleep. Many princes have tried this quest, and all have failed. If you should be able to send a prince brave enough and wise enough to succeed, there at the top of the mountain, he will find a little old woman who will tell him whether or not the dragon is asleep. Is it going to be you? Are you going to be the same old woman? Or is it a different old woman? With these words, the little old woman withdrew from the royal presence. The king pondered over her advice. Then he sent for the 3 princes and told them the story. You mean your children? Yes. Okay, yes. Indeed, your children. Oh, my father, I am brave and wise, said the eldest prince as soon as he had heard his father's words. I will go upon this quest. Ah! Hello? The maid was the hero all along. That's a very different twist than from the maid was the killer all along that popped up at one point. That's a fun one. Hi, Vexing Cat. Hello, Raiders. Hello, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Thanks for sending out the shout out. I'm going to go ahead and give you a follow. Oh, well, the maid did kill the king. But, no. Hello. Forest Cabin reads hello. Interesting. Oops. Welcome in. You're good. I see what yours was. The hero were the friends we met along the way. Ah. She saved the kingdom through being really bad at her job. So many people. It is lots of people. Hello, hello. Come settle in. I'm giving it a minute while you guys shuffle in. And then I'm gonna try and recap our story after I say a little bit of hellos. But hello. Oh, you're getting very sleepy, Bratty? Good. Go eat. That's a big emote. Did you just gigantify? Let me just say real quick. Thank you. Whenever we have any little monies, and I'm pretty sure gigantify is a bit of monies, I have given money frogs. Howdy, Raiders. Welcome to the Emerald Lake. I hope your stream was well. Now please relax by the lakeside. Hear the frog sing and the raven read. I'm not the raven. I'm not a bird. So thank you very much for sending that mask. Hi, everybody. I hope you like our frogs. I'm very, very pleased with our cute little frogs. Whether I made them or Fetster made them or they were commissioned or it's a Doro from Annie Bell. But hello. Okay, so thank you, Vexing Cat, for popping and bringing everybody over here. I appreciate it very much. You should go look after yourself, though. Go eat. Go eat whatever you need. No worries if you have to bounce out. I often raid and run just because I always have to do stuff right after stream. But thank you for popping in. Thank you for bringing everybody over here. I will do my best to take care of them. We are reading some Brazilian folk tales tonight. It should be interesting. I'll do a recap right after I say hi. I'm Raven, and I am a deer lady, deer woman, hoof lady. There are many names. It's its own folktale, and I have videos up on my YouTube talking about it, but maybe you know it from different stories. But basically, I'm not a deer. I'm a lady with some deer qualities, specifically because I'm a bit of a boogeyman. I'm a boogeyman to bad men. So, yeah, don't be a bad guy over here. Okay, a lady with no bread. Hey, don't even start that. Okay. Hey, Ratty. Okay. I have legs. I have deer legs. I have legs. Stop being mean, Mask. Okay. I'm gonna summarize what we have so far of our story here. There will be proof. Cage drew me with legs once. Drew me with human legs, but then he drew me with deer legs, I'm pretty sure as well. Right, Cage? You did both of those, right? Anyway, I have legs. Okay. Okay. The story we are reading is called The Fountain of Giant Land. It's the second story in this particular book of them. We've basically had, there's a blind king, there's a little old woman that visits. Ooh. Okay, I thought you had. You've definitely drawn me though. Okay. And I had legs. I did have legs. Okay. The story is blind king. He can't see stuff and he's very sad. He's had very many doctors that can't help. Then this little old woman shows up and says, I know how to fix it. You need to have the waters of the Fountain of Giant Land. And to do that, you're going to have to send a prince with a brave heart who has to, when he gets to the mountain near the fountain, he will have to climb up without looking left or right. He has to look only straight ahead. And if he looks away from straight ahead, there will be giants that will take him and enslave him. But if you succeed, then there's a dragon you'll also have to fight. But don't worry about it. Just make sure you have a good prince, and at the top of the mountain there will be another little old lady. I theorize it's going to be the same old lady, and she'll tell you whether or not the dragon is asleep, and so that you are safe to go ahead and try and get to the fountain. The king has brought in his 3 sons, and we are talking to the sons, and that's the next bit. Okay? All right. So that's where we are picking up when the sons are like, "Okay, Dad, what the fuck?" And then we'll go. Okay, I got distracted. All right. "Oh, my father, I am brave and wise," said the eldest son as soon as he had heard his father's words. "I will go upon this quest. I will bring you a bottle of the water of the Fountain of Giant Land, that your sight may be restored." The fact that we have been told that there are 3 princes, and that this is the eldest, I'm going to theorize this will not go well for him. We're going to have to go through all of them, probably. Okay. The king ordered a great fleet to be prepared to sail up the river to Giant Land. He collected an enormous sum of money to provide for the prince. The whole kingdom buzzed with the preparation for the journey. The prince planted an orange tree in the palace garden and said to his younger brother, "Keep close watch of this tree. If its leaves begin to wither, you will know that some evil has befallen me. Come to my aid." Okay, that tree's definitely going to die, and middle prince is going to do this again, and then the youngest prince is going to have to go. Why are we using the trees, though? I don't know. Okay. The eldest prince set out with a great fleet and his pockets lined with gold. He anchored... Is that not heavy? Is this not going to be a problem? Did you need gold? Did I misremember? Why the fuck are you carrying a ton of gold? Okay, fine. He anchored in many harbors along the way. The prince was very fond of gaming, and there were many opportunities to play. Uh-oh. Before he had reached Giant Land, he had lost the golden lining from his pockets. Okay, so he lost big. After the prince had sailed up the great river which leads to Giant Land, he saw the steep rocky mountain towering before him. He set a bottle for the water of the Fountain of Giant Land carefully upon his head. He couldn't have put that in a pocket? The fuck? And slowly ascended the steep path. He kept his eyes fixed straight ahead. Soon, however, he heard giant voices shouting at him. "Oh, thank you you for the follow, the lady writes. Thank you very much. We have a tradition where we drop little dance emotes for every follow. So if you guys want to have a little party in the emotes, please dance for the lady writes. Thank you. Okay. Oh no, I lost it. He's going up the path, and he kept his eyes fixed straight ahead. Yes. Soon, however, he heard the giant voices shouting at him. From the corners of his eyes, he could see giant forms along the pathway. He forgot that he must look neither to the right nor the left. Uh-oh. The moment the prince had turned his eyes, a giant immediately seized him and made him his slave. "You shall be my slave forever and a day," said the giant, "unless you have gold enough in your pockets to pay your ransom." Oh, that's why we had to know that. But the prince had no gold. Gambling man. Oh, look at these little guys. Oh, I like your little guys. Those are very cute. Applause break and the hello, and now you lurk. Okay, lurk away. At home in the palace garden, the leaves of the orange tree which the eldest prince had planted began to wither. His younger brother noticed it, and at once went to the king. "Oh, my father," said he, "I know that my brother has fallen into trouble. I must go to his aid." The king at once prepared another great fleet. He provided the prince with even more gold than his brother had taken with him. Oh my God. Okay, fine, sure, whatever. Everyone in the whole kingdom did his best to hasten the preparations. In the palace garden, the prince planted a lemon tree and called the youngest prince into the garden. The youngest prince was playing with his dogs. He was a mere boy. "Keep close watch of this lemon tree while I am away," said the prince. "If its leaves begin to wither, you will know that I am in trouble. Come to my aid." The prince sailed up the great river which leads to Giant Land. He anchored at many harbors and took part in many festas, which, from whatever I remember before, it's a party. It's just a big feast. By the time he had reached Giant Land, he had spent all his gold. Idiots! At home in the palace garden, the youngest prince watched the lemon tree carefully every day. He watered it and pruned it. He took splendid care of it. When at last the prince set out to climb the mountain which leads to the fountain of Giant Land, he felt very brave and very wise. He climbed steadily on and on, looking neither to the right nor to the left, even though he heard the voices of the giant shouting at him. And from the corners of his eyes could see the giant forms along the pathway. Suddenly he heard the voice of his own brother, the eldest prince, weeping as the giant gave him blows. At that sound, he forgot all about looking straight ahead. Damn it! And this is why you shouldn't send your own brothers, I guess. They'll be too emotionally invested when you're being beat up because you failed before. The moment the prince turned his eyes from the pathway straight ahead of him, a giant seized him and made him his slave. "You shall be my slave forever and a day," said the giant, "unless you have enough gold to pay your ransom." At home in the palace garden, his little brother was watching the lemon tree. The very moment its leaves began to wither, he noticed it and ran to the king. Ran at once and said to the king, "Oh, my father," he cried as soon as he was in the king's presence. I'm getting ahead of myself. "My brother is in trouble. I must go to his aid." "You, my son, are only a lad," said the king. "How can you succeed when your two older brothers have failed? I cannot bear to let you go. You are all I have left. I prefer to remain blind the rest of my days. Why did I ever listen to the story of the little old woman who told me about the water of the fountain of Giant Land?" Maybe she's promoting tourism in those places that are between you and that mountain. They got a lot of money. Okay. The youngest prince begged so hard to go that at length his father granted his request and prepared a fleet for him. He gave him all the gold he could collect in the kingdom. Don't lose it this time. The prince set out with a brave heart. He sailed on his way steadily, although at every harbor there were voices which bade him linger. There were games and feasting and fair maidens. But apparently he continues on without stopping. Good for him. I mean, his youth probably helps. Soon the youngest prince had reached Giant Land. Above him rose the rough, steep, rocky mountain. Before he started to make the ascent, he first stuffed cotton in his ears. Smart man. I like games and feasting. Hi, the Briar's Patch. Well, then maybe you would not have lived. But we'll find out. Okay. He's got cotton in his ears. Then he carefully placed upon his head a bottle to fill with the water of the fountain of Giant Land. Again, could you not put that somewhere else? Tater? You have changed your name. You are no longer a potato. I'm heartbroken. I still have your little Mr. Mrs. MX potato head. I still have the little potato. I'm at witness protection, so the honk can't find me. Good thing the honk isn't here tonight, as far as I'm aware. Or else that would have been a mess. Okay, I continue. He's got the water bottle on his head. Okay, good. He climbed up the steep mountain, looking neither to the right nor to the left. Through the cotton in his ears, he could faintly hear the giant voices calling him. From the corners of his eyes, he could see the giant forms along the pathway. He resolutely kept his eyes fixed straight ahead and steadily climbed upward though the path was very rough and full of stones. The cotton in his ears prevented him from hearing the voices of his two brothers crying out when the giants beat them. At length, the lad was in sight of the fountain at the summit of the mountain. The little old woman was standing in the path, watching his ascent. As soon as he came near to her, he took the cotton out of his ears so that he might hear what she had to say to him. "You have arrived at a safe moment," the little old woman told him. "The dragon is asleep." The little old woman helped the prince fill the bottle with water from the fountain. Then she said, "The dragon which guards the fountain is an enchanted princess. No prince has ever before been brave enough and wise enough to reach this spot. In a year and a day from this moment, her enchantment will be broken. Come again and claim her as your bride." The little old woman gave the prince a ring, and the prince drew a ring from his own finger and gave it to the little old woman. "When the enchantment is broken, put my ring upon the finger of the princess," he said. "Expect me back in a year and a day. I'll be sure to come." Thanks for the follow, Beholder95. I always say the full name when you follow. I have to say the whole thing. But thank you very much. Okay, more dances. Let's drop some dancey modes. Okay. Alright. He is promising to be back. Then the prince made his way back down the steep slope of the mountain, guarding his bottle full of water of the fountain of Giant Land with the utmost care. Oh no. What's gonna happen now? When he was halfway down the mountain, he saw his two brothers standing in his path. "Viva!" they cried. "You have been successful. You have a bottle full of the water of the fountain. Now, if you also have your pockets full of gold, you can pay our ransom, and we will return with you to our father's kingdom." "My pockets are still lined with gold which my father gave me," said the youngest prince. "Help yourselves. It is yours if it can serve you." There was more than enough money to pay the ransom of his two older brothers. Okay, good. I was very nervous because they were standing in his path, that it was going to be like, "Hey, little brother, how about I take all the glory? What, you? What about me?" And then there was going to be a fight, but there was not, and I'm very glad. Okay. When they were sailing down the great river towards home, the two older brothers plotted against the youngest prince. Oh my god. I thought we were safe. I thought we did it. Damn it. No. We were so close. "Come," said one to the other. "Come. How could we let our father know that it was our little brother who succeeded in this quest? Let us cast our brother ashore. Then we will go together to our father with the water from the mountain of Giant Land, from the fountain of Giant Land. When his sight is restored, we will share his blessing and the honors of the kingdom. We will claim no knowledge of our youngest brother. Okay. I had a feeling the rings would come into this because, like, the whole exchanging of rings is one of the things in these stories that's like, see, my ring is on her finger. So we're engaged, and also I'm who I say I am. And so I get the feeling little bro's gonna be cast aside. He's gonna be poor for a while, and then when the year and a day is up, the princess will be a princess and not a dragon no more. And either those two find each other and then they go to the kingdom and they're like, see? Or, I'm not getting married. It's a dragon. It's a dragon getting married. Hi, Toast. So either they both go back and then they do the ring, see, I'm who I say I am thing. Or the dragon princess goes back trying to say... They don't know. It's a young boy. The way they call him a lad, I'm a little nervous that this guy's like 8 years old. Very nervous. Because he didn't fall prone to gambling or pretty ladies or parties. He didn't spend his gold. I'm like, he is young. I don't know how old the dragon princess is. But mildly nervous that this is going to be like a 20-year-old woman and a 9-year-old. By the time they get together, I am nervous. Anyway, I think he's gonna be broke, and she's gonna know. Oh, well, I'll go to the blind king. That's who that was. And then she's gonna get there, and they're gonna be like, oh, hello, and she's gonna be like, neither of you are my prince. You would have my ring, and neither of them would have the ring, and so then they'd be like, oh, this poor young man, this very poor and dirty person that's come in here saying that he's probably them. That's the person that saved me. So that's who I'm gonna get married to. Ta-da! But we're gonna see. He's 47 in our hearts. So much worse. Tater/Briar's patch. What the fuck? That's so much worse. Almost an hour late. Time for... Are you calling yourself late? In my stream? I do not take attendance. Don't say that shit. Don't say that shit in here. Illegal, Toast. You are not late. Okay, but I focus. So yes, they're gonna kick him out. They're gonna get rid of him. We will go back when his... Okay, so my mic decided to pop and be mean. I'm sorry if anybody's ears got hurt, and I muted it for when it came back, because it's done that like once before, and when it came back, I made sure to mute, and I was glad because it ended up being very loud. I'm very sorry. No, you're not late, Toast. Illegal to say that here. Oh, loud chair. The brothers... When the king's sight is restored, we will share his blessing and the honors of the kingdom. You didn't hear a thing? Thank goodness. Okay. Then they say, we will claim no knowledge of our youngest brother. They'll be like, I don't know. We just did the stuff. But they're going to share the work. So they're going to be nice to each other. Stop being so mean. I don't keep attendance. None of you are late. Only I am late based on the schedule I have set because I'm the one setting that. But I was not late today, in fact. I was I was late yesterday and the day before, but not today. I did good. Okay. This is what the two eldest princes did. The youngest prince was cast ashore when he was asleep. After many long, weary wanderings, he found refuge in the hut of a poor fisherman and hired out to work for him. Poor guy. Poor freaking child. Okay. The king's eyesight was restored immediately when he had bathed his eyes in the water from the fountain of Giantland. The two princes were given all the honors of the kingdom. The whole kingdom, however, mourned the loss of the little prince. The king and queen never gave up hoping that he would come back to them. The queen carefully laid away all the clothes which had belonged to the youngest prince, so that they would be ready for him if he should return to the palace. Well, if he's 8 or 9 years old and he's still growing, that will not fit him in a year, probably. Okay. Every day she took them out with loving care so that the baratas, I don't know, moths or something, and white ants would not eat holes in them. A year and a day flew swiftly by. The huge dragon which had guarded the fountain of Giantland escaped from her enchantment and was restored to the form of a beautiful princess. The little old woman and the princess watched and waited for the return of the prince according to his promise. Some evil must surely have befallen the lad, said the little old woman. I don't know, maybe he died of scurvy. Like, you don't know, lady. Is that particularly an evil? Maybe you call that an evil. Let us go in search of him. I know he was a lad who would not break his word. Good. What the heck? Okay, we're gonna stop right there with that. Oh, hello, Device Cereal. Welcome in. And Arctic, I am hydrating as... Okay. Here we go. They're gonna go try and find the guy. Like I said, Buddy was gonna have to go get found. Alright. The little old woman and the beautiful princess, who wore the prince's own ring upon her finger, came to the palace of the king, like I predicted. When the king had listened to the story they told, the guilty princes were called before him. They were forced to confess their evil deed. They were immediately thrown into prison. Yay! Mean older brothers. The anger of the whole kingdom was kindled against them. Then the king and the queen and all the court sailed in their swiftest ships to the place where the little prince had been cast ashore. The little old woman and the beautiful princess, who wore the prince's own ring upon her finger, went with them. At length, after much searching, they found the fisherman's hut and the prince working for the fisherman. The king and the queen and all the court wept tears of joy when they beheld the youngest prince alive and well. The queen wept again when she noticed the poor, rough clothing which the prince was wearing. She had brought with her all the prince's favorite suit of cloth of gold. Cloth of gold, which she had laid away carefully. When the prince put it on, it was a trifle tight. I knew he'd grown. He is like 10. And a little bit too short for him, as he had grown so much in a year. Nevertheless, he looked very handsome in it when he stood before the beautiful princess and claimed her as his bride. I swear to God, she better be the same age. Please. Please don't make a full-grown woman marry this 10-year-old. The fisherman was greatly astonished at all the proceedings, for he had never dreamed that it was the king's son who had been working for him all the year and sleeping on a mat at his side on the floor of his rude hut. He may be a prince, but he is the most faithful lad who ever worked for me, said the fisherman. He is indeed a prince, cried the courtiers, and the bravest, most faithful prince which any land in all the world ever boasted of. His princely deeds have proven to all the world that he is fit to reign as king over our fair land when I no longer live, said the king as he gave the prince and the beautiful princess his royal blessing. Congrats, you've been promoted. Eldest son? Pfft. Nope. Not how we do this here. Not no more. And there you go. That is the fountain of Giant Land. There's a very small chance they are the same age. Yeah, I know. Still, I wish. I hope. I pray. I don't want there to be a fully grown woman stuck with this fucking 10-year-old. Maybe he was a lad, like at least like a older teenager lad, and he just had a growth spurt at the end of the teenage years. Maybe that makes it better. Okay. I looked at the next story. You know, sometimes I pull it up and then I'm not even really looking at it, but the first words that pop out were gay procession. What the fuck? It's gonna be the boy and the violin, but first we have some redeems to do, just so you know. Okay. I'm trying to write this down. The boy and the violin will be next. But we will put this away for now and just do redeems. I'm going to have to pull the kalimba out because that's it. Promoted from youngest son to only son. Yes. Congrats, little man. Alright. We're gonna do my gosh, my throat. There we go. It is the best redeem time. It is. And then we're gonna do page flipping, dice, and card dealing after that. Oh no, what have I done? I think I might have fudged the little tongues. It's fine. Because somebody decided that they would make things that you can do that with. Yep. We've had talks about how emotes are just wild. And I've made my request that you can use my frogs in sussy ways if you so choose, but I would prefer that if you're doing concerning things with them, that you choose to use a happy frog, or at least a not sad or angry frog, so that my frogs are implied consenting, you know? As long as it's all consensual, please. But okay, we're gonna do the kalimba now. Where am I? Oh my gosh, where did my books go? Okay, got them. No, I have not memorized them. I barely play them correctly. Here we go. Yes, that one too, Toast. Okay, here we go. There we go. Brady, literally just when I say do things with the happy frogs, please, you gotta beat one of them up. That's not nice. You know that that's exactly what I said don't do. Come on. Love seeing it big on screen. Why don't? Because it would be a waste to not use the emote. Someone put their effort in to make them animate. That is very fair. That is very fair. sadly true. Yep. This is one of the reasons that I still have streams as 18 plus. Because of this shit. This shit right here. Okay, I'm going to do another song. Let's adjust my... Actually, here we go. Okay. There was the kalimba. Da, 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 da. What in the fork? Braddy, what is that? He's ripped. There's little ghost faces. Unfortunately, Smexy. But there you go. That was the kalimba. I'm going to turn the mic down again, and by down I mean towards stuff. For dice and card dealing, and then we do page flipping. Okay. Come on. Here we go. Alright, there was dice. And hey, toast. You can put it in a fridge. You can put things away and reheat them another time. You don't have to hurt yourself. Okay. Alright, we're gonna move the light back. Hold on. Okay, so before I do page flipping, and I will get those books out, Toast, I do not presume to know your relationship with your father, but I would say stream is not more important than family, typically. I mean, what kind of family do you mean? Chosen family means that you most definitely do want to put them above just some watching some entertainment, because that's what I am. I'm just entertainment right now. But I don't know your family. I don't know you and your dad. It could be important. Maybe you at least send a text. Maybe. But I cannot presume. But I am worried for you. Doesn't matter who you called, Raven. Always more important. No. No, I'm not. I'm giggly because I am mildly concerned. Maybe Dad was calling you to tell you Sprout. See? That'd be both marvelous and honestly, cold call. I just wanted to tell you I'm proud of you. No particular reason. I would be worried. I would be worried that that was not for no particular reason and that there was a concerning thing. Could have been the president, and I would still watch. Well, I would probably ignore the president. I don't know why the president would call me. but I'm probably not the president. But Toast, send a text. I am not more important than who is important to you. Don't ignore me. I didn't mean you, Mask. I didn't mean you. I meant a certain mess in the White House. That's the nicest I'll say. So please, I mean, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but please know that is just false. I am not a certain person. Yeah. Yes. Please know that I am not more important than the people in your life. This is a straight fact. I am never going to be more important than the people actively in your life. If I am helping you and the active people in your life are not very helpful, then I'm glad that I am helpful and I can be important in that way. But I am an entertainment. I am only here virtually. I could disappear because of tech issues or my own personal things. You never know. But the people in your life are going to be there. Please. No. No, I'm not. If you're jumping on because it's silly and it's fun to say, cool. I understand wanting to be silly. I am personally someone that has experienced people really truly putting things above what should be important, and so it honestly makes me nervous. It makes me worry. Do not start a raven cult. This is why I put that on Herbert, you know? Please check on the people in your life. If they are reaching out, maybe at least send them a text. You're like, "Hey, I am busy. This is my boundary." That is fair. I do not know your relationship, but you can say thank you, Ask. Yes, same brain. Same lack of brain. It's always been here. Tater/Brian. Trust me, guys, I've offered her a cult many times. It's true. It's all Herbert. It's all Herbert. Okay. For real. Yeah, please check in on that. It could be very important. I would prefer that you make sure everything's okay. And if it's not and it's just chill, then you can say whatever. I'm sorry that that's how you feel about stuff. That's no fun. To just not care. Or maybe it's more of a freeing. But typically, I don't care. I associate with a negative. But, I highly suggest a check with a text. Like, "Hey, I'm busy. Everything alright?" And when they say, "Yeah, I just wanted to," then you can say, "Okay, cool. Don't call me right now." Yes, thank you for doing the hug. I'm glad I can be entertaining. You're good at a hug. You don't get a vote in the matter. As that little kitty probably does. In this, the kitty is very happy, but if you have had a little cat, you know that sometimes with the hugs for the cats, they're like, "I didn't want this." And they're all squiggly and refuse. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. It just give me a little panic. This is an executive order. Toast is getting hugged. Well, alright. Okay. I hope it's all good. I hope it's all good and there's no worries. But I am nervous when I hear such a thing. Okay. I will move along to page flipping. We will be done with this. I did do dice. I did do card dealing. Page flipping. Just try and hug me. I knew you wouldn't want the hugs. I knew you'd be like a kitty that's squirming around. They'll get you. There's too many of us. I like to think there's a good balance of finding the right people to care about and opinions of and to care about. Yes. I think the good advice I heard on that, I'm trying to remember the words. If you wouldn't take their advice, don't listen to their criticisms. One, it's that I don't care about your opinion because I don't trust your advice. So no, thank you. The 1 foot mixed in with that's hilarious. I don't know what the cooldown is for hugs. I don't know what the cooldown is. Ah, you've been hugged. Get hugged. Okay, we're gonna do Kate. Nope. We're gonna do page flipping. I'm gonna start with the little book. That is the thicker cardstock pages, and then we'll go to the big book. Here we go. I saw that coming. I did. Okay. Here's a little book. And with that roll, Arctic, your attempt to flip Cage fails. He almost flips you. Simply put, you do not lift Cage. Cage is very grounded. You do not flip Cage. Okay, I'm going to... What was your attempt, Briar? Alright, I'm going to do the big book. Here we go. You have failed as well. What were you trying to do, Toast? Were you trying to flip Cage? If so, you succeeded. Okay, there was the page flipping with all the rolls. I have to ask Cage, can I please get your roll? I'm going to consider this. So none of them hit. With 17, I think Toast managed to lay hands. But let's say it's an athletics contest. How about you roll? How about Cage rolls? I'm sorry, Cage, you're going to the moon. Toast landed that. I'm sorry. He did. Bye. Everybody wave goodbye while Cage floats up in the sky. Sorry. Ooh, damn, that's some good riz. Alright, we're gonna do bottle blows next. Hold on a minute while I get this stuff changed. Ooh, get flipped, nerd. Cage does a bunch of flips in the air while he's being sent to the moon. Okay. Alright. These have been a minute. Hey, says Risley. I don't think I landed that. I didn't. I don't think I Risley said that. But anyway, here's Bottle Blow. Oh, that's a little loud. Let's do that. There. Oop, I lost it. If I could play Wonderwall on the bottle blowing, believe me, I would. I cannot. I have two bottles. I barely have them at different tones. I should probably add more water to the one. Let's do that. Listen up. Just a little bit different. A little bit higher now. Ta-da. Okay, there was the bottles. They have been blown. And I will put them back. Okay. Oh. I just am catching up on chat now. And my coffee. Now time for Eeps. Okay, Eep Wild Toast. Take care. I hope the coffee doesn't keep you up. But I know myself there have been times where I try to caffeinate and next thing you know I'm falling asleep. So hopefully that works for you. Oh, my volume was lower. Sorry. Alright. You're getting tucked. Get tucked, nerd. No, not nerd. And then I'm gonna hydrate. Yes, I should hydrate. I gave the bottle some water. I should give myself water. Yes, you must have very good riz to be able to woo any of the chat. Sadness. Another day, Arctic. Another day. Guess all with the goose. Yeah, I don't know where the goose is. Maybe you can succeed on the goose with that. I don't know. The goose is low hanging fruit. Is that your way of calling him fruity? Don't do that. I only say it 'cause it's you. 'Cause it's Mahonk. If you ever changed your name to not be Mask at the start, I would be so broken because then I'd have to come up with new couple name. Huh. I'm extremely fruity. Yes, you, but you know, you're calling the goose out, but not for the goose. Oh, okay, darn. I still say sometimes. That's it. I'm changing my name. No, but now you can't be Mask the President if you get rid of the mask. And hey, who knows if the name is better for a couple name? You don't know. You don't know. Okay. We have another. Okay, so one of the words that popped out in this story, as I had said, was gay procession. And then I just looked again at a different spot, and there's a tapir. sleepier in the next one. Darn, it was a ploy all along. Hee 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 hee. Yes. Okay. The Boy and the Violin is the next story, and it looks like there's gonna be some fun. Looks like with his violin, he's gonna get a bunch of animals to follow him, I think, is my theory. Because I saw a couple other animals on the little list. Okay. Okay. Hello, howdy, Paxton. Welcome in. Hello, and Ray Ray is extremely giggly. It's fun. Yes, Mask. Braddy calls me Ray Ray. The name is Gray Gray. You're being a silly goose. Okay. I'm going to begin this story and ignore your nonsense, but welcome in, newbie. Anybody newbie? I'm sorry for this. Okay. I know, goose. I know you're not a goose. I'm saying you're like the goose. Okay. The Boy and the Violin. I ignore your nonsense. I focus. Once upon a time, there was a man who had an only son. When the man died, the son was left all alone in the world. There was not very much property, just a cat and a dog, a small piece of land, and a few orange trees. The boy gave the dog away to a neighbor and sold the land and the orange trees. Every bit of money he obtained from the sale he invested in a violin. You are already perfect, Mask, is true, but the goose... Sorry. You will need at least 3 turns. I said I'd ignore chat, and I cannot. They're being so silly. Oh, you had like a 3-minute delay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope you have caught up. I hope my tech isn't being too mean today. It doesn't look like it's that far off. It looks like it's on its normal delay, not too much. I will start my training. Okay, good. We are too silly? Yes. Okay. He's getting a violin. He had longed for a violin all his life, and now he wanted one more than ever. While his father had lived, he could tell his thoughts to his father, but now there was none to tell them except to the violin. What his violin said back to him made the very sweetest music in the world. Okay, odd. The boy went to hire out as a shepherd to care for sheep of the king, but he was told that the king already had plenty of shepherds and had no need of another. The boy took his violin, which he had brought with him, and hid himself in the deep forest. There he made sweet music with the violin. The shepherds who were nearby guarding the king's sheep heard the sweet strains, but they could not find out who was playing. The sheep, too, heard the music. Several of them left the flock and followed the sound of the music into the forest. They followed it until they reached the boy and the cat and the violin. The cat? He gave the dog away and sold the land and the orange trees. Yeah, he kept his cat. Not sure why the cat got to stick around, but yeah, okay. He likes his cat better than the dog. Okay, the shepherds were greatly disturbed when they found out how their sheep were straying away into the forest. They went after them to bring them back, but they could find no trace of them. Oh my god, Mask, shut up. Sometimes it would seem that they were quite near to the place from which the music came, but when they hurried in that direction, they would hear the strains of music coming from a distant point in the opposite direction. They were afraid of getting lost themselves, so they gave up in despair. When the boy saw how the sheep came to hear his music, he was very happy. His music was no longer the sad, sweet sound it had been when he was lonely. It became gayer and gayer. Hell yeah. After a while, it became so gay that the cat began to dance. No, come back! The cat is gay! Never mind! Yes! Thank you! Why is this violin gay? Okay. The music became gayer and gayer, so gay that the cat began to dance. When the sheep saw the cat dancing, they began to dance too. Gay kitty dance. Somebody drop an emote of a kitty under rainbow lights. Please, I dare you. Please. Please. There's gotta be something. Is there no kitties under rainbow? Is there no kitties under rainbows? We interrupt this story to quickly offer a kitty under rainbow lights, hopefully. Where's the cat dance? I will find you. Yes! Okay, you did the rave time on that. Gay cat dancing was not on my 2025 bingo card. I was about to say it was on mine, but no, it was not. And sheep. The sheep have joined in. The sheep followed. Soon a company of monkeys, the monkeys are joining, passed that way and heard the sound of the music. They began dancing immediately. They made such a chattering that they almost drowned the music. The boy threatened to stop playing if they would not be happy without being so noisy. After that, the monkeys chattered less. Hey, monkeys, shut the fuck up or we can't hear the gay music. Let the gay violin go. Gay sheep. Yes, Cage, put that little kitty under the rainbow lights. Precisely that kitty. I like masks as well, but this one is perfect. This one is perfect. Put it under the little dance party lights. Gay cat, gay sheep, gay monkeys. And the monkeys shut up too, because the little boy told them off. After a while, a tapir heard the jolly sound. Immediately, his three-toed hind feet and four-toed front feet began to dance. He just couldn't keep them from dancing. So he too joined the procession of boy, cat, sheep, and monkeys. Next. Yes! Oh, look at this. Look at this dance party. Yes! Look at them all dancing. How do you put them under the little rainbows? Do you do that first and then add the dancing? Like this? Is this how that work? No, I did that wrong. Let me try again. Let me try again. I can do this. I can do this. Is this how it works? That's how it works. Rave goes second. Eee! I figured it out. Oh my goodness. I'm too excited. Where is a cat dancing? I don't have a cat dancing. Fett, how could you not predict this? Why is there no cat dancing in our 7 TV emotes? I'm so disappointed. I am not. This is marvelous. This is marvelous. Grandma Raven figured it out. Hey! I may be a Luddite, but I'm not a grandma. That's kitty ears. We don't have cat jam. How do we not have cat jam? I'm so sad. Well, mods, maybe you can do something about it? I don't know. Oh my goodness. Any of the other ones that I try to put in there is just not gonna hit the right energy. Oh my gosh. Okay. No, rat ham either. Rat ham? Mods, gay this cat. That's literally what I asked, isn't it? Mods, gay this cat? Please? I don't know. Mask, I just struggled to figure out the freaking rave. You think I know? Aw, thanks, Cage. Just a little homie kiss. That is a sort of gay cat, you're right. Okay. Anyway. Only us? Damn it. Someone tell me how. Okay, how do I? No, that's not how I do that. Tomfoolery. Why is that called time? Okay. I don't know. I don't know how. We've been getting drowning giggles is always sort of. Whoa! I'm glad you're pleased. But how do we add? How do we add emotes? I am found something. I am found something. No. 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 I don't think so. No. I have no idea what that is. Nope. Actually, maybe it was, but I don't know. Expo? No. Let me add. Shaking the bars. Let me add. You're making me sad. 7TV, I don't know how to do this. You're making me sad. I think I have to do this. Okay, I'm going to give up. I'm on intermission from gaming with this, so you have 10 minutes of slightly less to gauge. Okay, listen to the gay music. Or help me do the gay kitty. I wanna add cat jam. I wanna add cat jam. How do I do this? I was wondering. I'll bring with the details. Ha! That's cute. Where do I do this? No, that's not it. I clicked the wrong button. We interrupt your regularly scheduled nonsense and gay cat moments to put in a bunch of really slow, disappointing time where Raven tries to figure out how to in fact add a gay cat. They enjoy the so I'm glad. Where the fuck? Where? How? What do I do? Help. Why are you so not helpful? Nope. I think I might have done something. I'm scared. Oh no, I did something bad. I didn't help. Oh. Oh. Ah. Help me. I'm being mean. I give up. I give up. Back to the cat. Punches a pillow. Later. Okay. I will have to fix that later. We will demand a gay cat another time. Can't you do your cat, Cage? Can you drop that little dancy kitty and add the little rave lights to it, this will feel like success at least. Sort of. If I cannot drop the gay cat emote. Alright. So we've had a tapir see and want to join. And then next, the armadillo heard the music. In spite of his heavy armor, he had to dance, too. Then a herd of small deer joined the company. Then the anteater danced along with them. I just figured this out. First, you put the emote that you want as the base. For example, a froggy wiggle. Then, the one after that is the effects. They're up at the top. They have the yellow border. Rave time. So, if I do this to my frog wiggle, I do frog wiggle. I do rave time. Huzzah, the frog wiggles in the rave time. I did it. This has been very, very important growth. Okay, but we have now deer and the anteater. The wildcat and the tiger came too. The Brazilian folklore tiger is kind of... I don't like him. He doesn't need to join our party. Yes! Well, that's a lovely kitty, but I wanted a dancing kitty, damn it. Kitty hype. Kitty hype works. Oh, I love the kitty hype there. That's in a cage! He's dancing. He's dancing. You can't see the lights, Ardick? Oh, no. You're very right. None of them show up on the screen. They only show up in chat because I have yet to... Okay, this is it. This is why I have to choose a chat that enables the 7TV emote, because I need this to be a thing. Okay, that's it. I will fix this as soon as I can. We have our gay cat. Let's go. I'm sorry you cannot see it on screen. I'm sorry. Okay. The wildcat and the tiger have joined as well. The sheep and the deer were terribly frightened, but they kept on dancing just the same. Concerning. The tiger and wildcat were so happy dancing that they never noticed them at all. Gay cats. The big snakes curled their huge bodies about the tree trunks and wished that they too had feet with which to dance. Oh, I'm sorry, snakes, you cannot do the gay dance. The birds tried to dance, but they could not use their feet well enough and had to give it up and keep flying. Oh, I'm sorry, birds, you cannot gay dance. Every beast of the forests and jungles which had feet with which to dance came and joined the gay procession. They just had a pride parade. Oh my god, they just had a pride parade. Birds can't be gay. Birds can't do the gay dance. They can't join the parade. They had to fly instead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Be Cajun but can't be gay. I know. I'm sorry. And even when you're a fish mask that has no feet, you can't be. No. You has to have feet. If you're a bird person, it's okay. I bet the goose could be gay in the gay procession because the goose has got bigger feet, can waddle a bit better than the little birds that they're probably referencing. Because this is Brazilian birds. They don't got goose, I don't think. Well, at least if Lahonk and I can't be gay, then Mahonk can't exist. Why are we sharing a brain? Because neither of us have a real brain. I have bread. I don't know what you got. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, Arctic. Okay, so they've all joined the gay procession. Huzzah. Stay hydrated. Yes! Cage. See, Cage has a human form. Cage can join. You have funky worm brain? That explains it. Thank you for hydrate. I did the the juice I have, but now I'm gonna have water. I should probably have water. Okay. Everybody's in the gay parade. Except for the birds and the snakes. I'm sorry. I guess I do too, so I can also be gay. Then my honk can be gay. No, but yay! Mask has joined the parade. Same brain! Same brain! I'm getting squeaky. Oh no! Help! Get out of my brain! We said the same thing. I was gonna say head, but then I said brain to be different from your line. No! No! But you are the other half of my brain. Together, our two brain cells make a proper thought. We can't think without the other brain. No. Okay. I focus. I can do this. We're back. 0 times 0 is still 0. It's true. We have a gay parade to get back to, damn it. The Jolly Company wandered on and on until finally they came to the high wall which surrounds the land of the giants. The gay parade is going to interrupt the giants. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. That's the problem. Oh my gosh. Okay, I can't. They're going to the giants. The enormous giant who stood on the wall as guard laughed so hard that he almost fell off the wall. Same, bro. Okay, gay parade. Okay, gay parade. Gay giants? Apparently, no, because they didn't join the parade. They just started laughing. How rude. He almost fell off the wall. He took them to the king at once, and the king laughed so hard that he almost fell off his throne. His laugh shook the earth. Are we blaming the gays for an earthquake right now? What? Oh my god. These stories are wild. His laugh shook the earth. The earth had never before been shaken at the laugh of the king of the giants, though it had often heard his angry voice in the thunder. The people did not know what to make of it. We are earth-shattering levels of gay. We are earth-shaking levels of gay. Now it happened that the king of the land of giants had a beautiful giantess daughter who never laughed. Is she gonna join? She remained sad all the time. The king had offered half his kingdom to the one who could make her laugh. We have read a story just like this, but I don't think we had gay parade version in it. We had everybody was stuck together, so it was a weird parade of sorts, but it was not gay parade. Okay, she remained sad all the time. The king promised half a kingdom to whoever make her laugh. And all the giants had done their very funniest tricks for her. Never once had they brought even a tiny little smile to her lovely face. If my daughter can keep from laughing when she sees this funny sight, I'll give up in despair and eat my hat. Well, eat your hat, sir. I don't think she's going to laugh. I think she's going to join us. No, of course she's going to giggle and she's going to have a lovely time. Okay. I'll eat my hat, said the king of the land of the giants, as he saw the jolly little figure playing upon the violin and the assembly of cats, sheep, monkeys, and everything else dancing to the gay music. Does this mean we're about to gain half the kingdom? Yes, the Gaines own half the kingdom in a minute. It's gonna happen. If the giant king had known how to dance, he would have danced himself. He doesn't know how to be gay. But it was fortunate for the people of the earth that he did not know how. If he had, there is no knowing what might have happened on earth. As it was, he took the little band into his daughter's palace where she sat surrounded by her servants. We gotta teach him to be gay! Quick! Okay, she's there. She's got her servants. Her lovely face was as sad could be. When she saw the funny sight, her expression changed. Yay! The happy smile, which the king of the land of giants had always wanted to see, played about her beautiful lips. A gay laugh was heard. She's gay! She's gay! And she laughed. A gay laugh was heard for the first time in all her life. The king of the land of giants was so happy that he grew a league in height. He was so happy he got taller? What the fuck? Oh, he stopped slouching. She's gay! Okay, he grew a league in height, and nobody knows how much he gained in weight. Why did he get fatter? He got tall and fat, and she was gay. The fuck? Anyway, you shall have half my kingdom, he said to the boy, just as I promised, if anyone made my daughter laugh. The boy from that time on reigned over half the kingdom of giants as a prince of the land. He never had the least bit of difficulty in preserving his authority, for the biggest giants would at once obey his slightest request if he played on his violin to them. The beasts stayed in the land of the giants so long that they grew into giant beasts. But the boy and his violin always remained just as they were when they entered the land. So that's why we couldn't have birds or snakes, because then they would be giant birds and giant snakes. And giant deer and giant cats and giant sheep are... That's enough to deal with. We don't need giant birds and snakes, okay? That's why we couldn't have the birds. That's why. Glad that was explained. But the end. If Lahonk Bonk, I'll have duck soup. Okay, keep that in mind. If Lahonk pops in and does a bonk, you're gonna have duck soup. If you say so. Hi, Hades. We just read about a gay cat and his parade. Well, really, it was the gay violins parade, which the little boy played, and the cat was there too, as well as everybody else, but you know. It all began with the cat dancing in the gay parade. I'm gonna die. That was so fun. We had a... Well, of course they mean it as in happy, but we're talking about it. It was gay music and it was a gay procession. How is that not pride? A gay procession? That's pride. Come on. It's a gay parade. Yeah. Oh, but I am very pleased. It was very fun. I did they meant gay. Yeah, me too. I mean, come on. They knew what they were doing. They said it so much. It wasn't like they said it once and then I forced it onto it. Because I do that lots where I'm like, is gay, is it? It was gay. It was so gay. It was so gay. It was jolly. And then it was gay again. It was so gay. And then a gay laugh when she finally smiles. She's gay! Come on! Yes, exactly. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna scroll up and I'm gonna highlight every time they say gay. No, not that one, no. We're not searching there. We're searching this one. Okay. Gay. Nope. I said yeah instead. Okay, it became gayer and gayer. It became so gay that the cat began to dance. The gay procession, the gay music, a gay laugh. It was quite gay. I need water. Ooh, I'm gonna put big heart rainbow. Yes, I'm drawing a little tiny rainbow. Okay. Oh, well, Hades, you're in the wrong space for this then. we are doing the rainbow stuff. You're here, we're supporting it very directly. All right. Woo. The next story. You had to misspell again, Mask. Old habits die hard, huh, bud? Okay. The Most Beautiful Princess is the next one. Ooh, ooh. I type fast. Of course. You still think it's funny? I think it's silly. We're laughing, but we don't know if it. It's the gay police. Instead, he looks, especially under the lights, he looks so angry. He's like, so serious under the gate. I definitely was just voguing there, but you can't see my arms. Okay. Oh, shit. I have to run an ad. It's gonna do an ad again. He does. He does. I have the next story, but I do have to. Send you on the cage. Okay, I need to run an ad, damn it. And I'm going to breathe in the meantime. Please let me breathe. Okay, 1 minute. Here I go. Run your ad, crazy lady. Don't call me crazy. Thank you, Mask. Crazy. Don't call me crazy. I knew that was coming too. Damn it. Not again, please. If you want to talk about rats, go to Vi's channel. I need to breathe. I can't win this. My lungs are crack-a-lacking again. See, when I breathe deep, the big I'm gonna mute and try to not be gross. Here in a second. We need rat jam. We do. I need to add the cat and the rat. I do. Okay, I'm muting. I'll be back. Okay. Okay. Can I? I cannot. Or could I? I don't know. I have a theory. No. Okay, I have a random silly thing I'm gonna plan to do if my tech will cooperate. Is being slow? Okay, I think I can do this. Let's see if I can do this. Oh my gosh, I'm so. Aw, no, I can't. What I was trying to set and why there's X's there. Boing. They put me in a pond, a cold pond with frogs. Radioactive frogs. Radioactive frogs with ribbits, and ribbits make me crazy. The pond isn't so cold now, is it? Boil. Yes, it would not be cold after that. Good luck with that. Good luck trying to boil the freaking pond. It's big. Or maybe it's just one of the little spots. But anyway. Okay. Comfy little rave time. Alright. The Most Beautiful Princess is the next title here. No, of course I couldn't see that ahead of time. You know what? I will. I will do a little bump. That is the next title. Alright. I think I need another cough real quick. Oh, alright. Ooh! We're talking about fish here. Maybe we'll be in a pond. I scrolled down to see how long, and we eventually get to fish. I don't know when we'll get there, but alright. The Most Beautiful Princess. Long ago, there was a king who was very ill. He wanted a hare killed to make him some broth. His only son set out to find one. As the prince... As the... why am I doing it? As the prince walked along a path to the forest, a pretty little hare ran out of the hedge and crossed his path. He at once started in pursuit. Oh my god. He at once started in pursuit. The hare was a very swift runner. The prince followed her into the deep forest. Suddenly the hare ran into a hole in the ground. The prince kept in sight of her and soon found to his dismay that he was in a big cave. Uh-oh. At the very rear of the cave there was the most enormous giant he had ever seen in his life. The prince was terribly frightened. "Oh no!" said the giant in such a deep, savage voice that the cave echoed and re-echoed with his words. "You thought you'd catch my little hare, did you? Well, I've caught you instead." The giant said, "You don't get to take my pet." That's a good little bunny, like, "Oh no, you're not taking me. I'm going home. I'm going home." The giant seized the prince in one of his enormous hands and tossed him lightly into a box at the end of the cave. He put the cover on the box and locked it down with a big key. The prince could get only a tiny bit of air through a little hole in the top, and he thought that he never could live. Yes, play around. Now the cop is in the rain. It's a very dramatic scene. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. The prince could only get a tiny bit of air. Yes, he never thought he could live. Hours passed. Sometimes the prince slept, but more often he lay there thinking about his sick father and what he could ever do to get out of the box and back once more to his father's side. Suddenly, he heard the key turn in the lock. The cover was lifted, and he saw standing before him the most beautiful maiden he had ever seen or dreamed of. "I am the hare you followed into the cave," she said with a smile. "I am an enchanted princess, and though I have to take the form of the hare in the daytime, at night I am free to resume my own shape. You got into this trouble following me into the cave, and I am so sorry for you that I am going to let you out." "You are so beautiful that I could stay here forever and gaze into your lovely eyes," said the prince. Insert the little charmed frog here. That's definitely what he's doing. "Oh, but I have a different add-on, so the effects aren't organized well, or at all." Oh, rude. No, Gaze instead. Rude. Yes. You would see only a hare in the daytime, replied the princess. It is not always night. Jeez, oh my gosh. It is not always night. Besides, the giant may return at any moment. He just went out on a hunting trip because he thought that you would not make a sufficiently big supper for him. Don't be foolish. I'll show you the way out of the cave, and then you must hurry home as fast as possible. The prince thanked her for all her great kindness to him and acted upon her advice. He went home by the nearest path, but when he reached the palace, his father was already dead. Oh! The palace was wrapped in mourning. The prince was so overcome with grief that he felt that he could not keep on living in the palace. You're just gonna give up a kingdom, dude? Okay. After his father's funeral, he went away as a wanderer. He changed clothes with a poor fisherman whom he met by the river, for he did not wish to be recognized as the prince. Dressed as a poor fisherman, he wandered from one kingdom to another. He caught fish for his food, and he soon recognized the fact that the net which the fisherman had given him was part of his outfit was a most wonderful net. The biggest fish in the sea could not break through. This net must have special blessing of Nosa Senhora upon it, said the prince, which we have referred to previously a little bit. Some sort of sea deity, I think she is. But okay. In the course of his wanderings, the prince arrived at a city where a great festa feast was being held. The palace was decked with gay banners, pride flags. Every afternoon, the messenger of the king rode up and down the city streets proclaiming, "The princess of our kingdom is the most beautiful princess in all the world." Why the fuck are you doing that? Every day you do this? Everybody know. What the fuck are you doing? The prince remembered the beautiful princess who had let him out of the giant's cave. Surely this princess cannot be as beautiful as she, said the prince. I'm going to see this princess with my own eyes and find out. 'Cause she wants to meet random fishermen? Sure. Accordingly, the prince went to the palace gate to watch for the princess. Soon she came to the balcony and leaned over the railing. She was very beautiful, but her nose was just a tiny bit crooked. Because she's just a tiny bit got a crooked nose, she did not compare at all with the princess of the cave. Seriously? That's the next line. She did not compare at all with the princess of the cave. What the fuck, dude? You're being so snooty. I mean, it's a little weird that they're all proclaiming her beauty. That feels uncomfy. But still, what the fuck? And then you just say this? Are you saying this in front of her? God, this is so mean. He says, "This princess is not by any means the most beautiful one in the world," said the prince dressed as a fisherman. "I know where there is a princess who is much more beautiful." What the fuck is wrong with this guy? The people standing by heard him. His words were at once reported to the royal guards. They seized him roughly and took him to the king. Yeah, that's about right for a place that's like, she's the most beautiful. "So you are the fisherman who says that my daughter is not the most beautiful princess in the world," said the king sternly. "You say, I hear, that you know a princess who is much more beautiful. I am just a king, or else I should order that you be put to death immediately." Is that not enough to order him put to death? Normally it is. Okay, congrats. You don't have to die right now, dude. "As it is, I'll give you the chance to prove what you say. If you are unable to fulfill your boast and show me this princess, who, in the opinion of my court, is more beautiful than my daughter, you shall lose your life." It's rigged, dude. Run away and don't come back. It's rigged. It's the people of his court. He can totally just make them say what he wants them to say. Don't come back. "Remember that you will have to bring her here to my court to have her beauty proven." Well, okay. "Thanks, your majesty," said the prince. "If you will allow me 2 weeks to fulfill the contract, and if you'll prepare a festa for the night 2 weeks hence, I'll endeavor to present the most beautiful princess in the world to your assembled court." Why are you doing this? The king was astonished at the fisherman's word, for he had not thought that a poor fisherman like him knew many princesses. However, he allowed him to depart in search of the princess. Then the prince hurried home and once more walked toward the forest by the same path he had gone the day he went in search of the hare for his father's broth. He soon found the place where the hare had crossed his path, and he did his best to remember the course they had followed as he pursued her into the forest. In the forest he saw evidences of what looked like a flood. Uh-oh. The water had washed away every trace of the entrance of the cave. Oh no! He dug and dug at the place where he thought it ought to be. He found nothing which seemed like the cave's entrance. He dug and dug at a new place nearby, and soon he found his way barred by a massive door. Okay, good, they protected themselves. The entrance to the cave was securely shut by it. The prince knocked at the door with all his might. Soon the door opened a tiny bit, and the face of a little old woman looked out. "I am the Amma of the princess." "Why is this princess living in here with this giant? Why does she have her Amma, grandma, I don't know, with her? What the fuck is going on?" "I did not look at your clothes at all. I looked at your eyes. You have the smile in them, though your face is sad. Come into the cave, and I will tell you all that has happened." Oh, I skipped ahead. Oops. "I am the Amma of the princess," she said. "I think you are the prince she was expecting to return to deliver her from all the terrible calamities which have befallen her." "What has happened to my beautiful princess who saved my life?" asked the prince. "I am indeed the prince, but I am surprised that you should recognize me in my fisherman's garb." And that's when she says, "Yeah, I know you by your eyes. She told me to look in the smile in your eyes." Yeah, okay. Princess told me that I would know you by the smile in your eyes. Yeah. When the prince was inside the cave, she hastily barred the door and said, "When the giant returned, he was terribly angry at the princess because she had let you escape. He seized her roughly and put her into the box in your place. The princess had thrown away the key to the box when she let you out, and, search as he would, the giant was unable to find it again anywhere. That made him even angrier than before. All day he sits on the top of the chest when the princess is in the form of the hare. At night when he goes away, he causes a great river to flow around the entrance to the cave. He has placed a huge fish as guard to the entrance." What? "The fish swims up and down before our door and calls out such vile names at the princess that when she is in her own form, she stays in the box and stuffs cotton in her ears. You got here just as the giant had left. The water must have risen as soon as you were inside our door. I hear the fish now." Even as she spoke, the prince heard the voice of the fish. It said such terrible words that the prince was glad that the princess was in the box with cotton in her ears. "You get into the box with the princess," he said to the Amma. "I am a good swimmer, and I am going to open the door and swim out. The box is made of wood, so it will float. So inside of it, you and the princess will float out to safety." Intriguing. I have many terrible words. You don't need those right now. "How will you ever swim past this terrible fish?" asked the old Amma. "Do not fear," replied the prince. "I have with me a net, which is so strong that the biggest, fiercest fish in the world cannot break it." Gosh, he was so lucky to change clothes with someone with a magical net, not just like a normal fisherman or like a cobbler. He got really lucky with that, huh? "Okay, I will catch the fish in it. Just wait and you will see. In the meantime, take the cotton out of the ears of the princess and tell her that I am here. Quiet her fears and stay in the box for a few moments." The old Amma got into the box as the prince had commanded. Then he unbarred the great door. The fish swam at him fiercely, but the prince quickly entangled him in his strong net. Holding him fast in the net, the prince swam up to the surface of the water and was soon on the bank of the raging river. Then he killed the fish and scaled it and put the scales in his pocket. The box had floated up to the surface of the water as the prince had said it would. How big is this box? There's 2 human women, assumedly both adults, at least one adult in there. I would think it would sink. And it's airtight. because he breathed through a hole previously. Um, it would not float. It would stay at the bottom because it has a hole. They would drown. They would drown in that box. Prince, you killed them. What are you doing? But okay, it floated to the top as he said it would. The prince threw his net over it and drew it to land. The Alma and the beautiful princess stepped out. Oh, the yawns, they have attacked me. Alma and Princess got out. The princess was so lovely that the prince fell upon his knees before her. The sight of her great beauty almost blinded his eyes. She blinded you? Oh, buddy. Okay, I knew all the time that you would come back again, said the princess. I knew that you would deliver me from my troubles, but you have been a long time getting here. The prince told the princess all that had happened to him. You saved my life from the giant, said he. I am very glad to have an opportunity. I have had an opportunity to save your life for you. Now I must ask you to again save my life. Then he told about the festa at which he must display the most beautiful princess in the world or forfeit his life. I'll gladly go to the festa with you, said the princess. It is fortunate that it is held at night. The princess and her Alma traveled quickly with the prince to the kingdom, which claimed to possess the most beautiful princess in the world. It was already the night of the appointed festa when they arrived. The king's army, so he just guessed exactly how long this would take. Wow. The king's army was drawn up to slay the prince. No one dreamed that the poor fisherman would be able to bring any princess at all with him, much less a beautiful one, and yet they expected him to come back? I don't understand this. The prince hid the princess in the box, which the old Alma carried on top of her head. Why? Okay, the theatrics. Fine. When the poor fisherman stood before the king with an old Alma standing by his side, a great laugh ran through the king's court. We knew that the fisherman would never be able to bring a princess more beautiful than our own lovely princess, said the courtiers one to another. But see what he has brought in her place. Then they laughed and laughed until they could hardly stand. Who said the old lady wasn't pretty? Fuck you. Just because she's old don't mean she's not pretty. The king's soldiers stepped forward to seize the fisherman to put him to death. Grant me just one moment more of life, begged the prince. The king's soldiers stepped forward to seize the fisherman to put him to death. Oh, I just said that. The king nodded his head, and the prince put his hand into the pocket of the fisherman's coat. He pulled out a handful of silver scales. The most beautiful silvery cloud filled the room. Okay, when did we know that magic was going to happen? Just a moment more, begged the prince. Then he pulled a handful of golden scales out from his pocket. The most beautiful golden cloud filled the room. Why are we doing clouds? Please, just another little minute, asked the prince as he pulled out a handful of jeweled scales from his pocket. The most beautiful, sparkling cloud of jewels fell about them. As the cloud cleared away, there stood the most beautiful princess anyone had ever seen or dreamed of between the old Alma and the prince in the fisherman's clothes. The soldiers drew back. The king looked at the floor, and so did all the courtiers. You have won your wager, said the king, when he could find his voice. Our daughter is not the most beautiful princess in the world. I see myself that her nose is a tiny bit crooked. I'm gonna smack him. I don't give a fuck. She has character. Leave her alone. They even use the tiny bit instead of her nose is crooked. Not that that would really sell it, but it's only a tiny... Why are we doing this? Okay. The prince and princess and the old Alma went back to the prince's own kingdom, where the wedding of the prince and princess was celebrated with a great feast. From the moment that the fish scales fell upon the princess, her enchantment was broken, and she never became a hare again. Cool. She and the prince lived together happily in the prince's palace, and the giant never troubled them again, though they were always careful to keep away from the forest. The end. Why do we have to suggest that that is all a woman is good for? Being pretty. Why did he get roped in to caring about that, about a random kingdom saying that they had a pretty princess? Why did they feel the need to scream it every day that she is the most beautiful princess? Not once did her opinion come in, by the way, crooked nose princess. What the fuck? These stories are so backwards. But okay, they lived happily. Except for that fish. Huzzah. Thanks for the hydrate in this stretch. I'm finally getting to those now. Okay, I will do my big stretch. Here we go. I'm going to, yeah. I always yawn after a good stretch. Now I want to eat. How rude of you, making me want to eat. There you go. That was the most beautiful princess. These ones are a little longer than the other book, but there's less stories. But I'm not sure how they're all gonna do about length. The next one we are gonna read is The Little Sister of the Giants, but I'm gonna click each of these and check how long they are, because I don't think we're gonna get through all of these, and it's not worth it to try to do that. Well, that one's a bit shorter, but not much. Oh, thank you for the follow, Helen Hydrangea. That's a very fun name. I just joined V Garden, which is a streamer team with all of us represented by flowers. And there's a very cute little hydrangea rep person. I forget their name, but their art was very pretty. Little blue hydrangeas. They were very pretty. Very pretty. What color hydrangea would you be? I wonder. We have our tradition here that we do a little dance emote every time we get a new friend in here, so I'm gonna drop some frog jammies. Boop, boop, boop. Feel free to dance it out, everybody, while I needlessly go through each of these stories on the list for this book to see how long they are. None of them are short. That's what I'm gathering so far. None of them are super long. Oh, you're kind of short. You're kind of short. Nah, the last one is also short. Okay, so the end of the book is going to be short. Usually they go the other way around. I'm blue too, and pink. You're both pretty. Make it blue. Make it pink. Make it blue. Make it pink. I like it. Okay, yes, the next one is The Little Sister of the Giants. Eater of Dinner, thank you for the follow. You're gonna get some dances too. Hold on. Let's pick out which one I'm gonna give the little frog happy little dancey guy. Oh no, not the last one. Sometimes this happens. Okay, there you go. Hippie, hippie, hippie. Thank you for the follow, Eater of Dinner. I always say the name as well. Unfortunately, I think I will step out before this story because I drank caffeinated beverage to stay awake. And now I need to go to the bathroom. But we're gonna do Little Sister of the Giants next. And while I'm gone, I'll still have rain sounds for you to stay relaxing. We don't need an ad. Certainly not right away anyway. We'll not do that right now. But I'm gonna give you to the BRB screen. You guys can say hi. I'm sorry, I will be very speedy. Okay. So yes, we are moving on to our next story. The Little Sister of the Giants. Sister. Sister. The little sister. The giants. Alright. Recovered it. Don't worry, I got it. Okay. Once upon a time. Oh, hydrate. Good idea, good idea. Oh. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who was very beautiful. Her eyes were like the eyes of the gazelle. Her hair hid in its soft waves the deep shadows of the night. Her smile was like the sunrise. Each year, as she grew older, she grew also more and more beautiful. Her name, oh huzzah, one of our characters has a name. So far, none of them have had names. Angelita. Little angel. That's cute. The little girl's mother was dead, and her father, the image maker? What's an image maker? Is that supposed to be a painter? A portrait maker? Sketch artist? You're not a photographer. You're not that recent. What the fuck? Image maker? Okay, we'll just roll with it. Her father, the image maker, had married a second time. The stepmother was a woman who was renowned in the city for her great beauty. As her little stepdaughter grew more and more lovely each day of her life, she soon became jealous of the child. Okay, everybody, how much do we think this is gonna mimic Cinderella and or Snow White? How much do we think it's gonna mimic those? As her little stepdaughter grew more and more lovely each day, she became jealous. Each night, she asked the image maker, "Who is more beautiful, your wife or your child?" The image maker was a wise man and knew all too well his wife's jealous disposition. He always responded, "You, my wife, are absolutely peerless." Welcome back, and now you have the 7 TV. Oh, are you gonna drop a gay cat for us? Because that's our thing now, I guess. Alright. 1-to-1? Are you saying that they're gonna be the exact same? Like a 1-to-1 recreation? Oh, I just saw a couple words. This is... Remember the story that included the Caballeros? Yeah. I think that the image maker is actually a photographer, old-timey photographer, because we are working with slightly more recent stuff, and we might be needing to skip ahead of this actually, because I didn't catch the Caballeros as easily as I caught the other stuff. Ugh. Okay, cool. Raving Dino! Go, gay Dino, go, gay Dino, go. Okay, but one day the image maker suddenly dies, and the stepmother and stepdaughter were left alone in the world. They both mourned deeply the passage of the kind image maker. Cool. I will keep reading until we get to more suspicious things, and then I will stop and I will read ahead. We'll do that. I have a feeling it's going to be one of those stories, because it's fairly long, that it'll step on some fucked up moment and then it'll just move along like nothing happened. Hold on. My mic just did something funny. Okay, it's back. Sorry. I was trying to wobble weird. Okay, and keep reading until it gets weird. Yes, the image maker is dead. Everybody's mourning him. One day as they were leaning over the balcony, 2 passers-by observed them. And one said to the other, Do you notice those beautiful women in the balcony? The mother is beautiful, but the daughter is far more beautiful. Oh, boys, why have you done this? You are the reason whatever happened, happened. I guess it was only a matter of time, but still. Okay. The stepmother had always been jealous of the daughter's loveliness, but now her jealousy was fanned into a burning flame. Very, very pertinent timing there, Arctic. It is now. It is now. Flame. The wise image maker was no longer there to tell her that she was peerless. The next day the mother and daughter again leaned over the balcony. The same two soldiers, passed by, and one said to the other, "Do you observe those two beautiful women in the balcony? The mother is beautiful, but the daughter is far more beautiful." Why are you saying the exact same thing every day that's also just observational? How dumb are you? The stepmother flew into a terrible rage. She now knew that it was true, as she had long feared. The girl was more beautiful than she. Her jealousy knew no bounds. She seized up her daughter roughly and shut her up in a little room in the attic. For a second I thought she was going to go over the balcony. Okay, into the attic. The little room in the attic had just one tiny window high up in the wall. Nice guy, why you cry? Welcome in. No, don't cry. There's one tiny window high up in the wall. The window was shut, but Angelita climbed up to it in order to get a little air. The next afternoon she grew weary of the confinement of the little room, so she dug a foothole in the wall where she could stand and look out the window. Her mother was leaning over the balcony all alone when two cavalhieros passed by. One said to the other, "Do you observe—" The same thing. "Do you observe the beautiful woman in the balcony?" "Yes," replied the other. "She is a beautiful woman, but the little maid who is kept a prisoner in the attic is far more beautiful." Girl, why you gotta show your face? Damn. It's gonna get you killed. And now, this is the paragraph where I have to read ahead. Wow. It is, it's Snow White. It's quite literally. So I'm gonna just summarize that instead of a hunter, they send out a servant of unnecessary description, to carry the girl to the jungle and kill her. Be sure to bring back the tip of Angelita's tongue so that I may know that you have obeyed my order. He does that. They leave. They go into the jungle. Where are we going? We're taking a walk for your health. Word I probably am about to mispronounce. Yayazinha? I don't know. On the path, she says, "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me where you're taking me." And that's when he breaks down and he says, "Okay, I can't hurt you, but your stepmother wants me to cut off your tongue." She says, "Go back to my stepmother, but cut off the tip of a little dog's tongue to carry it home to her." So that's what he's gonna do. The stepmother believes him, and then they move along. And I'll pick back up. This is where this is a bit different. It's Snow White and the... Okay. Angelita, in the meantime, wandered on and on through the jungle. The big snakes glided swiftly out of her path. The monkeys and the parrots chattered to keep her from being lonely. She wandered on and on until finally she came to an enormous palace. The front door was wide open. She went from room to room, but the palace was entirely deserted. There was not a neat, orderly room in the entire palace. can make these lovely rooms neat and clean," said Angelita. "They surely need someone to do it." She found a broom and went to work at once. Considering I've read ahead a tiny bit, I'm surprised it's a broom that she can actually manipulate, but okay. Soon the whole place was in order once more. Everything was clean and bright. Just as Angelita was finishing her task, she heard a great noise. She looked out of the door, and there were 3 enormous giants entering the house. How is the house fitting giants and she doesn't notice this? Anyway. She had never dreamed that giants could be so big. She was frightened nearly to death and scrambled under a chair as fast as she could. That's right, they're not little people, they're giants. Somebody really went from, I think Snow White's French, maybe it's German. They really picked up Snow White, went to Brazil, colonizing and shit, and said, Okay, let me tell you a story that I totally made up. I didn't hear it. I made it up. Yep, me. And I'm just going to sprinkle in some ick. And then I'm going to say, oh, they're going to recognize the little people. 7 little people is kind of iconic. 3 giants. It's 3 giants. It's so seriously. Okay. Anyway. She heard the noise. The giants are so big. She scrambled under a chair as fast as she could. You couldn't have noticed that this is a giant's house until now. It's ridiculous. How did you use a giant broom? When the giants came into the house, they were amazed to find everything in such splendid order. "This is a different looking place from what we left," said the biggest giant. "What dirty, disorderly giants we have been, living here all by ourselves," said the middle-sized giant. "I just realize it now, that I see what our house looks like when it's neat and clean." "What kind of fairy could have done all this work while we were away?" said the littlest giant, who was not little at all, but almost as big as his enormous brothers. "Thank you for the follow, Sleep Jogging Hydra. Thank you. Let's drop some little Frau emotes. Frau wiggle. Whenever we have someone new join, I drop a little dancing emote. Barbara Brown and Giants. Barbara Brown. What the fuck? Yes. Well, welcome in, Sleep Jogging Hydra. I will continue. The 3 giants fell to discussing the question. So they just started talking. They could not guess how their house could have been made so clean. Their voices were so very kind, in spite of being so loud and heavy, that Angelita decided she dared come out from under the chair and let them see who had done the work for them. She quickly crawled out from her hiding place. "What lovely fairy is this?" asked the biggest giant, looking at her kindly. He thought that she really was a fairy. "This is the loveliest fairy I ever saw in all my life," said the middle-sized giant. "How did such a lovely fairy ever happen to find our dirty, disorderly place?" asked the littlest giant, who was not little at all. Angelita told the 3 giants her story. Her beauty and her sweet ways completely entranced them. "Please live with us always here in our palace in the jungle and be our little sister," said the biggest giant and the middle-sized giant and the littlest giant, speaking all at once. Their 3 big, deep voices all together made a noise like thunder. Angelita lived in the palace with the 3 giants after that. Every day when they went out to hunt, she would take the broom and make the palace neat and clean. They called her Little Sister and loved her with all their big giant hearts. All was well until a little bird went and told Angelita's stepmother that she was alive and living in the depths of the jungle with the 3 giants. When the stepmother heard about it, she was so angry that she could never be as happy as long as Angelita was living in the world. She consulted a wicked witch as soon as she could find her shawl. As soon as she could find her shawl. What a specific detail. But okay, so she's not the witch. She's going to a witch. Another twist. The wicked witch gave the stepmother poisoned slippers. The original Snow White had her run a comb through her hair and stuff. So this is keeping to the original pretty well. These will cause the immediate death of any person who puts them on, said the Wicked Witch. Then she showed the stepmother just how to reach the palace where Angelita lived in the depths of the jungle with the 3 giants. Angelita's stepmother followed the directions which the witch had given her and easily found the giant's palace. Angelita was so happy living with the giants and keeping house for them that she had forgotten what fear was like. She was not frightened at all when she heard someone clap hands above the door one day when the giants were away. She went to the door, and though she was very much surprised to see her stepmother, she invited her into the house. Her stepmother gave her a loving embrace and kissed her upon both cheeks. "Dear child, it is a long time since I have seen you," she said. "I have brought you a little gift to show you that I have not forgotten you. It is only a poor, mean little gift, but it is the best I could bring." Why'd you call it mean? Anyway, Angelita was touched at her stepmother's gift and accepted it with hearty thanks. As soon as her stepmother had gone, she untied the red ribbon around the package and opened it. Inside was a pair of leather slippers. Angelita looked at the little slippers. They were like the slippers which her dear father, the image maker, had once brought home to her. "How kind it was in my stepmother to bring these slippers to me," she said as she put them on. As soon as the slippers were on Angelita's feet, she fell dead, just as the Wicked Witch had promised the stepmother she would do. Her stepmother was watching through the window, and when she saw Angelita dead, she hurried home in joy. Now I alone am the peerless beauty. Thank you for posture check. I fix. When the 3 giants came home to dinner, they knew at once that there was something wrong. There were dirty tracks on the floor and dirty fingerprints upon the door. "Who has made these dirty marks?" said the biggest giant. "What has happened to our dear little sister that she has not cleaned them away?" asked the middle-sized giant. "I am afraid there is something wrong with little sister," said the littlest giant, who was not little at all. They clapped their big hands before the door, but no smiling little sister ran to meet them. They entered the big hall of the palace with a bound. There, in the middle of the floor, lay Angelita, just as she had fallen when she put on the poisoned slippers which her stepmother had given her. "What evil has befallen our dear little sister?" said the biggest giant. "Who could have slain our little sister whom we loved so much?" said the middle-sized giant. "Who will keep house for us now that our dear little sister is dead?" "Get a maid," little giant who asked this. "Who will keep house for us?" asked the littlest giant. "Get over it." Then the biggest giant and the middle-sized giant and the littlest giant all began to sob so loud that it shook the earth. "Our dear little sister is dead. What shall we do? What shall we do?" The giants could not go into the city to give their little sister Christian burial. The giants are Christian? Okay. But they built a beautiful casket out of silver and carried it to the path which led to the city. Then they hid themselves to watch and make sure that someone found it to carry to the burying place. Soon a handsome prince passed by on horseback. He noticed the silver casket at once and opened it. The girl whose still form lay inside was the most beautiful maid he had ever gazed upon. "This dead maid is my own true love," he said, and he carried the silver casket home to his own palace. Necrophiliac. You're fully aware that she's dead and you just take her home. Not, "Oh, what can I do to help?" Jeez. He commanded that no one should enter the room where he placed the silver casket, and this aroused the curiosity of his little sister at once. Wow. At the very first opportunity, she slid into the room. She opened the casket and was surprised to see the beautiful, quiet maid. What a weird dude. Agreed. "You are very lovely," she said to the still form. "All except your slippers. I think they are very ugly." With these words, she pulled off the leather slippers. Angelita gave a deep sigh, opened her beautiful eyes, and asked for a drink of water. That's right, everybody hydrate. Okay. The little sister called the prince at once. When he saw Angelita was really alive, he could hardly believe the good fortune. He asked that the wedding night be celebrated immediately. Angelita begged that she might go back into the deep jungle and invite the 3 giants to the wedding. You still got 3 minutes? Oh. She reminded me, you still have yours. The biggest giant, the middle-sized giant, and the littlest giant, who was not little at all, came to the wedding feast. After that, they visited their little sister often at her new home, and when she had children of her own, it was the funniest sight one ever saw to see the biggest giant hold the tiny babes upon his knee. The end. That is cute, I guess. Alright. The end. Oh, so cute. This total rip-off. This remake version. Alright. The Forest Lad and the Wicked Giant is the next one. After hearing it was the queen who killed her, the giants wasted no time putting her in a pot. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm expecting. I'm glad that this one was like found family. They came to the wedding and they visited. I don't think that was in the Snow White versions I read from the same site. I think that they were just kind of like, yeah, and then she left. And so that's nice that they're including the found family. That's cute. But just wow. Just wow. Okay, the Forest Lad and the Wicked Giant. Oh no, I'm eepy anyway. I swear it's something like Pavlovian, where I start to get eepy even when I've got all the energy, and after I end the stream I'll be able to stay up, but because it is stream, I'm going to fall asleep. It's very much, the ASMR backfiring on the ASMR artist. Oops. But okay. Whew. Dang it. Okay. I is taking a rest around the lake. I lurk for now. If anyone starts trouble, they're getting punted. So behave now, y'all. Okay, thank you, Mask. You may lurk away. And there's our hydrate. Thank you very much. Have a lovely lurk, I. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. That is a reminder for everybody, not just me. EP. Okay, no. No EP. No EP Raven. Not yet. I just yawned, but I did it as quietly as I could. Okay. The Forest Lad. No, not enter. And oh my god, this is a mess. And the Wicked Giant. Bam. Yes, of course, EP Raven. I get EP. Oh no, we're talking about that. We're talking about it too much and I'm gonna fall asleep because I'm gonna keep yawning. Alright. Forest Lad and a Wicked Giant. Here we go. Once upon a time, there was a man who took his wife and tiny baby son into the deep forest to make their home. With his own hands he built the house out of mud, and he made for it a thatched roof from the grass of the forest. For food they depended on the fruits of the forest and the beasts which they killed in the hunt. They lived like hermits, seeing no one. As the baby son grew into a large, strong boy, he learned from his father all the secrets of the forest. He grew wise as well as strong. From his mother he heard stories of their former life in the great city which had been their home before they went to live in the forest. These were the tales he loved to hear best of all. Very often when his father went out into the forest to hunt, the boy would beg to remain at home with his mother. While his father was away, she would sit on the ground before their hut and unfold to the boy all her memories of their old life. "Father," said the lad one day after his father had returned from his hunting trip, "I am tired of living here in the forest all by ourselves. Let us return to the city to live." "Your mother has been telling tales to you," replied his father. "I will see to it that she never mentions the city to you again. We left the city to save our lives. Let me never hear from you another word about returning to the city." "Oh no, that's his favorite thing." After that, the lad was made to accompany his father when he went out hunting. There was no more opportunity to hear the tales he loved from his mother's lips. Nevertheless, he hid away in his mind all that his mother had told him of their old life, and at night, when the fierce storms in the forest or the sound of the wild beasts would not let him sleep, he often lay awake upon his mat on the floor of the hut, pondering over the stories she had told. Quite attacking me, yawns. At last, the father grew sick of a fever and died. At last? Oh, yea, what? Now that the lad and his mother were left alone in the forest, the lad said, "Come, let us return to our home in the city. Let us not stay here alone in the forest any longer. I must live in my own life the tales you have told me of the festas and the dancing, the great tournaments and the songs at night under the balconies of the fair maidens." The lad's request was so urgent that his mother could not have refused him, even if she in her own heart was not longing for a return to the life of the city. Accordingly, they took all their possessions, which consisted only of a horse and a sword, and set out for the city. The lad and his mother reached the city at nightfall. They went from one street to another, but saw no living being. They knocked and clapped their hands before all the doors of the city, but no one responded. At last they reached the street where their old home had been. The lad was delighted to see what a big, handsome house it was. "No wonder my mother longed to return to a home like this," he thought. "How could she ever have endured the rude hut in the depths of the forest?" The doors of the beautiful house stood wide open. The lad and his mother entered and passed from one room to another. His mother saw one room after another with everything unchanged. "In all that time, no one took over your house? Seriously?" She recognized one object after another, just as she had left it. There was one room in the house which was securely barred on the inside, however. "What is that about? What is that about? I'm nervous. What is that about?" The lad and his mother spent the night in their old home. In the morning, they again walked about the deserted streets of the city. They saw no one and heard no living sound. It was like a city of the dead. They grew hungry at length, and the lad went outside the city to seek for food in the forest, according to the custom which he had known all his life. The mother returned to her old home to await the coming of her son. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw that the barred door was wide open. Oh no! There in the hall stood the most enormous giant she had ever seen. The great halls of the house were high, but the giant could not stand up at them without stooping. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?" roared the giant in such a terrible voice that the house trembled. The woman who had lived so many years in the forest was not easily frightened. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?" she shouted at the giant in the loudest tones she could muster. "Hell yeah." I read ahead for a second and I got nervous. Okay. Ooh. One might have expected that the giant would have killed her instantly, but on the contrary, her bold answer pleased him exceedingly. He laughed so hard that he had to lean against the wall to keep from falling. "So you think that this is your house, do you?" said the giant as soon as he could regain his voice. "Well, I'll tell you what we can do. I like you, and we can share this house, if you will consent to be my wife." I knew that was coming. "I am not alone," said the lad's mother as soon as she could recover from her surprise sufficiently to find words. "My son is with me, and I am expecting him at any moment to return from the forest, whither he has gone to procure food for us." "I can dispose of your son very quickly, just as I have destroyed all the inhabitants of this city," said the giant with a frown. "You cannot dispose of my son so easily as you may think," replied his mother. "He has grown in the deep forest and is very strong, far stronger than the city dwellers. Besides his great strength, he is surrounded by the magic circle of his mother's love." Oh, we're going like that, are we? Huh. "I do not know what the magic circle of a mother's love is like," said the giant. "I don't remember having seen one anywhere. Nevertheless, I like you, and because I like you, I will endeavor to dispose of your son as painlessly as possible." "Why do we have to kill the son at all? What are we doing this for? I thought we like her." Fuck. "I believe you say you are expecting him at any moment. Just lie down here and pretend that you are sick. When the boy comes in, tell him that you have a terrible pain in your eyes. As you have lived long in the forest, you will know that the best remedy for pain in your eyes is the oil of the deadly cobra of the jungle. Send the lad out into the jungle to obtain this oil for you, and I promise he will never return alive. I'll go back into my room and bar the door so the boy will never see me, but I shall listen through the wall to know whether you carry out my command." Why? Why? "Just run, lady. Just go to a different house." At that very moment, they heard the lad's footsteps and his gay voice at the door. No. No. The giant went inside his room and barred the door. The lad's mother lay down with a cloth over her eyes. Sorry, I'm laughing and I'm yawning. Moaning in loud tones. "The giant little knows the strength and skill of the lad whose mother I am," she said to herself as she smiled amidst her moans and groans. "Oh, dear little mother, what evil has befallen you during my absence?" asked the boy as he entered the room. His mother complained of the pain in her eyes just as the giant had instructed. "The only thing which will cure me of this terrible action is the oil of the cobra," she said. The boy well knew the dangers which attended securing the oil from the deadly cobra of the jungle, but never in his life had he disregarded a request from his mother. He at once set out for the jungle, and, in spite of the perils of the deed, he succeeded in obtaining the oil which his mother had requested. On the way back to the city, the boy met a little old woman carrying a pole over her shoulder, from which there hung, head downward, several live fowls which she was taking to market. Hey, and now we got food too. It was really the Holy Mother herself who had come to aid the lad in answer to his mother's prayer. The Holy Mother? I don't even know who that's supposed to be. Who is the Holy Mother herself? Mary? What do you mean? Who are we talking about? "Where are you going, my lad?" asked the old woman. The boy told his story and showed the precious oil which he had obtained from the cobra. The day is coming, my lad, when you will, in truth, need the cobra's oil, said the little old woman, but that day is not today. Today, hen's oil will serve your purpose just as well. You may kill one of my hens and use the hen's oil, but leave the cobra's oil with me so that I may keep it safely for you until the day when you will require it. I know in this story that is truth and it's something to listen to, but it sounds... I mean, if he... Why would you believe her? Why would you believe her? Goose. Hi, lunch. Don't say that. You're so mean. Hi, honk. I did not start 3 hours early, but you did not come 3 hours late either. I do not keep attendance. It's okay. Welcome in. In this case, and possibly, only this case, the goose is right. Okay. No, you do not. No! Don't make me bonk the mic. Don't make me. Thank you for the follow, Dakota Vega. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Let's pick a little dancey, Let's pick a dancey. I'm gonna go with the jelly. I like how they jelly around. Come on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Everybody, don't forget to do the dances to welcome in our new friend. Okay. So this old woman, who is the Holy Mother, whoever this is, says, nah. Use a fake oil. You'll need cobra oil later. You don't really need it right now. I'll keep it safe. Here you go. Take one of my hens and do that. The boy heeded the advice of the little old woman and killed one of her hens. He left the cobra's oil with her and took the hen's oil in its place to his mother. Because his mother had nothing at all the matter with her eyes, the hen's oil cured them just as well as the cobra's oil. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but would oil actually help your eyes, or would it just upset them when they're fine, What? Are we sure? Okay, anyway, there was no one who knew the difference except the boy and the little old woman. When the boy had gone out, the giant came in from his own room and said, "In truth, your son is a brave lad. I did not dream that he would have the courage to go in search of the oil of the deadly cobra, much less succeed in his quest." "You do not know the great love we bear each other," said the lad's mother. "I'm going to demand a new proof of your son's strength and skill," said the giant. "Tomorrow you must complain of the pain in your back and send the boy in search of the oil of the porcupine to cure it. This is my command." The next day the woman had to complain of a pain in her back, just as the giant had commanded. There was nothing else which she could do. The boy at once went in search of a porcupine and succeeded in slaying one and getting the oil. I mean, after a cobra, as long as you know what you're doing, I wouldn't think that the porcupine is more difficult. What? Anyway. Stop. Stop it, you two. Stop it, you two. We do not eat our friends. No. Okay. He got the oil. On his way back to the city, the lad again met the little old woman who was really Nosa Senhora. Oh. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna Google her. She's come up a couple times, and I thought she was like a sea deity, but maybe she's more than just sea deity. We're gonna look it up. Okay. Nosa Nossa Senhora. Let's maybe specify English, but it looks like she is in fact Mary, mother of Jesus. These stories are so clearly rip-offs that someone just dumped shit into. In this case, with the Gnosis and Horror stuff, why? Oh my gosh. Your folk tales are bullshit. All of the ones that are people based are definitely bullshit. All the ones that are animal based are questionable. I'm just calling it. These are not. These are. I guess maybe they are properly, like, compared to today, but, like, back then, in 1918, 1917, how recent were these stories? They were not folk tales at that point, were they? Oh my gosh. Okay, anyway, leave the oil of the porcupine with me, my son, said she when she had heard his stories. I will keep it for you until the morrow, when you will have great need of it. Today's hen oil will serve your purpose just as well. Because the boy's mother had nothing at all the matter with her back, she was cured with the hen's oil, which the boy brought just as easily as if it had been the porcupine's oil. The giant came out of his room and said, "In truth, lad, you are a boy of great skill and strength." Well, to be fair, since he's not using the real oils, he could have just been faking with the frickin' chickens, but he did in fact get the real oils. So, like, you don't even know, giant. Okay. The boy had not seen the giant before, and he was very much surprised. Before he even had time to recover from his amazement, the giant had seized him and bound him securely with a great rope. "If you are really a strong boy, you will break this rope," said the giant. "If you are not strong enough to break it, I shall cut you into 5 pieces with my sword." The boy struggled with all his might to break the great rope. It was no use. He was not strong enough. The giant stood by laughing. When the lad's mother saw that he could not break the rope, she fell upon her knees before the giant and cried, "Do what you will to me, but spare my son." The cruel giant laughed at her request. When she saw that she could not keep him from slaying the boy, she said, "If you will not grant my large request, I beg that you will listen to just a tiny, tiny little one. When you cut my son into 5 pieces, do it with his father's sword, which he has brought with him from the little hut in the forest where we used to live. Then bind his body upon the back of his father's horse, which he brought with him out of the forest, and turn the horse loose, so it may travel perchance back to the forest from which I brought my lad to meet his terrible death." The giant did as she requested, and the horse bore the slain boy's body along the road to the forest. Outside the city they met the little old woman who was really Nosa Senhora. She took the parts of the lad's body and anointed them with the porcupine's oil. Then she held them tight together. They stayed securely joined. "Are you lacking anything?" she asked the boy. The boy felt of his legs, his arms, his ears, his nose, his hair. "I am all here except my eyesight," he said. The little old woman appointed his eyes with the cobra's oil. His sight was immediately restored. Then he knew that the little old woman was indeed the Holy Mother. She vanished as he knelt to receive her blessing. So he didn't get her blessing in the end? The boy, in his new strength, quickly hastened back to the city. It was night, and the giant was asleep. He seized his father's sword and plunged it into the giant's body. The giant turned over without awakening. "The mosquitoes are biting me," he muttered in his sleep. The boy saw the giant's own enormous sword lying on the floor. It was so heavy he could barely lift it. But mustering all his strength, he drove it into the giant's body. The giant died immediately. This bit is true to fairy tale fashion. They do what they want. That box of women should have definitely not floated up, but, it didn't. It floated, and everything was fine. The logic is always ridiculous, of course. But anyway, the magic circle of a mother's love, with the Holy Mother's help, will guard a lad against all perils, said the boy's mother when she heard her son's story and saw the giant laying dead. Yay! Dakota Vega, you're reading in! Dakota Vega. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Oh, what a little guy. He's a cute little guy. Box love. Well, welcome in. Come get cozy. If you have to run away to go look after yourself, please go do that, Dakota. Get your food, get your rest. Stay hydrated, whatever you need. Welcome in, everyone. That's a very cute popcorn bucket. Oh, I like that. We just finished one of our stories. We're going to move along to the next one, but we are reading Folktales from Brazil. This set is pretty much all about giants in various ways. The next one is The Adventures of a Fisherman's Son. So this should be fun. But give me just a second. I have to cough. I usually end up getting a big frog in my throat. And I'm going to mute first. You're going to head to bed now? Okay, Arctic, take care. I really gotta go. You take care. Eat well. Stay hydrated. Bye. Ugh, okay. That's better. I beat you to the punch there. I'll hydrate again. That came through just as I was finishing the drink, so that was silly. Okay, thank you, Arctic. Eat well. Take care. And yes, again, please look after yourself, Dakota. And we'll just get started on our new story. So the next one is The Adventures of a Fisherman's Son. I'm gonna write that all down. But we're also gonna put this up on stream. There you go. The Adventures of a Fisherman's Son. Are you ready? Are you ready, kids? Okay. Here we go. Long ago, there was a man and woman who lived in a little mud hut under the palm trees on the riverbank. They had so many children, they did not know what to do. The little hut was altogether too crowded. The man had to work early and late to find food enough to feed so many. One day the seventh son said to his father, "Oh, father, I found a little puppy yesterday when I was playing on the bank of the river. Please let me bring it home to keep. I have always wanted one." I don't think he's going to want you to bring home the puppy. The father consented sadly. Oh, okay. He did not know how to find food for the children, and an extra puppy to feed seemed an added burden. He went to the river bank to fish that day with a heavy heart. He cast his net in vain. He did not catch a single fish. He cast his net from the other side with no better luck. He did not catch even one little piabinha. Oh, I'm Googling that. What the heck is this? It's like a little guppy, but it's not a guppy. It's a glass bloodfin tetra. A little tiny fish. Suddenly, he heard a voice which seemed to come from the river bed itself. It was so deep. This is what it said. "If you will give me whatever new you find in your house when you go home, I will give you fisherman's luck. You will catch all the fish you wish." Oh no. Oh no. I don't think the dog's gonna make it this time, guys. Okay. The man remembered the request which his seventh son had made that morning. "The new thing I find in my house when I get home will be that puppy," said the man to himself. "This will be a splendid way to get rid of the puppy which I did not want to keep anyway. God damn it." Accordingly, the man consented to the request which came from the strange voice in the depths of the river. "You must seal this covenant with your blood," said the voice. The man cut his finger a tiny bit with his sharp knife and squeezed a few drops of blood from the wound into the river. "If you break this vow, the curse of the river giant will be upon you and your children forever and ever," said the deep voice solemnly. It's not going to be a puppy, because he had expectations, but it sounded like it was going to be the puppy. So I wonder what he will catch, or will find. The fisherman cast his net where the river giant commanded, and immediately it was so full of fish that the man could hardly draw it out of the water. 3 times he drew out his net, so full that it was in danger of breaking. "Truly, this was a fortunate bit of business," said the man. "Here I have fish enough to feed my family and all I can sell in addition." As the fisherman approached his house with his enormous catch of fish, one of the children came running to meet him. "Oh, father, guess what we have at our house which we did not have when you went away." "A new puppy," replied the father. "Oh, no, father," replied the child. "You have not guessed right at all. You have not guessed right at all. It is a new baby brother." "You are giving up your child, fisherman." The poor fisherman burst into tears. "What shall I do? What shall I do?" he sobbed. "I dare not break my vow to the river giant." The fisherman's wife was heartbroken when she heard about the business. I was going to say heinous business, but it's just business, which her husband had transacted with the river giant. However, she could think of no way to escape from keeping the contract which he had made. She kissed the tiny babe goodbye and gave it her blessing. Then the fisherman took it down to the river bank and threw it into the river at the exact spot from which the deep voice had come. This is really dark, but I wonder if this story came about from the parents trying to explain why they threw a baby into the river when they have too many kids. He's like, "Trust me, I didn't want to." Oh, okay. Anyway, threw it into the river, exact spot where the voice had come. There in the depths of the river giant was waiting to receive the newborn babe. He took the little one into his palace of gold and silver and mother of pearl with ornaments of diamonds, and there the baby received excellent care. Thank goodness. Time passed, and the little boy grew into a big boy. At last he was 15 years old, and a handsome lad indeed, tall and straight. Okay, so he's not gay. Tall and straight, with eyes which were dark and deep like the river itself. His hair was as dark as the shades in the depths of the river. All his life he had been surrounded with every luxury. But he had never seen a single person. He had never seen even the river giant. All he knew of him was his deep voice, which gave orders in the palace. One day the voice of the river giant said, "I have to go away on a long journey. I will leave you with all the keys to the doors in the palace, but do not meddle with anything. If you do, you must forfeit your life." You silly goose, stop. Stop. Many days. Hi, Pedicure. Hello. I am not certain that I'm going to land this, but I'm going to try to do the shout out again. I have failed previously. Let's see. Nope, that's not how that goes. Oh no, I wrote the wrong thing. That's not even what I thought I was putting down. Oh, and yes, thank you for doing the shout out for Dakota Vega. I assumed that one happened. Thank you for that. We will do pandas after. Thank you for doing that one. Thank you. Okay. Hello. Alright. You will have to forfeit your life if you mess with anything. Understood. Many days passed, and the lad did not hear the voice of the river giant. He missed its sound in the palace. It was very still and very lonely. Aw, thank you. Oh, thank you for that mess. Hello, hello. Oh, the uppies. Oh, thank you, the little. Where is he? There you go. Oh. And I very much appreciate that buff panda right there. That's great. That's great, Lahonk. Okay. Um. Also, we're gonna have interruptions. It's me, Panda Carrie. I'm gonna keep getting interrupted. We had a very silly story. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for the VOD to go up and for people to rewatch it. But they probably won't. It's called The Boy and the Violin. It takes us a minute to actually read it, but it was ridiculous. You shut up, Lahong. Don't tell my mod to be shut up. They're fighting again. Oh, okay, I got focus. Many days passed. He did not hear the voice of the river giant. He missed its sound in the palace. It was very still and very lonely. At last, at the end of 15 days, he took one of the keys which the river giant had left and opened the door which it fitted. The door led into a room in the palace where the boy had never been. Inside the room was a huge lion. Underwater? The lion was fat and well nourished, but there was nothing for it to eat except hay. The boy did not meddle with anything and shut the door. Another 15 days passed by, and again the lad took one of the keys. He opened another door in the palace, which he had never entered. Inside the room he found 3 horses, one black, one white, and one chestnut. There was nothing in the room for the horses to eat except meat, but in spite of it they were fat and well nourished. The boy did not touch anything, and when he went out he shut the door. At the end of another 15 days, all alone without even the voice of the river giant for company, the lad tried another key in another door. This room opened into a room full of armor. There were daggers and knives and swords and muskets and all sorts of armor which the boy had never seen and did not know anything about. He was very much interested in what he saw, but he did not meddle with anything. Oh no, you do. The fight, it began. I can't even pay attention because it's just gonna be chaos. You have your fight. I'm gonna keep reading. This is an honor of... Okay, I focus. Okay. The next day, he opened the room again where the horses were kept. This time, the horses, the black one, spoke to him and said, "We like hay to eat very much better than this meat which was left to us by mistake. The lion must have our hay. Please give this meat to the lion and bring us our hay. If you will do this as I ask, I'll serve you forever and ever." You're not supposed to do that. Oh no. The boy took the meat from the lion. The lion was very much... Oh my gosh, my brain. We're gonna... It's 'cause they're fighting. They've got me stressed. The boy took the meat to the lion. The lion was very much pleased to exchange the hay for it. The lad then took the hay to the horses. All at once he remembered how he had been told not to meddle with anything. This had been meddling. The boy burst into tears. "I shall lose my life as the punishment for this deed," he sobbed. The horse listened in amazement. "I got you into this trouble," said the black horse. "Now I'll get you out. Just trust me to find a way out." "What about the other horses? Do we only care about the one?" Okay. The black horse advised the boy to take some extra clothes and a sword and a musket and mount upon his back. "I have lived here in the depths of the river so long that my speed is greater than that of the river itself," said the horse. "If there was any doubt of it before, now that I have had some hay once more, I am sure I can run faster than any river in the world." "Well, you were fat and well fed. Who said that the meat was a bad idea? Apparently it was good for you enough that you were doing good." Okay. "Oh, okay, Lahonk, go eat. Take care. I'm sorry about your fight. I hope this didn't make you leave, but I'm glad you will go get your eep. Eep well. Oh, okay, lurk away." Okay. If there was any doubt of it before, now that I have had some hay once more, I'm sure I can run faster than any river in the world. And it was true. When the river giant came back home and found that the boy had meddled, he ran as fast as he could in pursuit of the lad. The black horse safely and surely carried the lad beyond his reach. The black horse and his rider traveled on and on until finally they came to a kingdom which was ruled over by a king who had 3 beautiful daughters. The lad at once applied for a position in service to this king. "I do not know what you can do," said the king. "You have such soft white hands. Perhaps you may serve to carry bouquets of flowers from my garden every morning to my 3 daughters. You're going to marry at least one of them, aren't you? Okay. The lad had eyes which were dark and deep, like the depths of the water, and when he carried bouquets of flowers from the garden to the king's daughters, the youngest princess fell in love with him at once. Her 2 sisters laughed at her. "I don't care what you say," said the youngest princess. "He is far handsomer than any of the princes who have ever sung of love beneath the balcony." Every time I tuck someone in now, I'm super careful. Good. Be very careful. Eat well, the honk. Okay. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Oh my god. What? No. Now I see. Oh shit. You're awful. That's awful. I hope you sleep poorly, you stupid. I kind of have to second that a little bit. I want everybody to eat well, but oh my god, that was not fair. Okay. Anyway. The youngest princess said, "None of those princes are ever as pretty. All those princes that sing beneath the balcony." That very night, 2 princes from neighboring kingdoms came to sing in the palace garden beneath the balcony of the 3 princesses. The 2 oldest daughters of the king were proud and haughty, but the youngest princess had love in her heart and love in her eyes. For this reason, she was one whom all the princes admired most. They only want what they can't have. The lad from the river listened to their songs. "I wish I looked like these 2 princes and knew the songs like theirs," said he. Just then he caught sight of his own reflection in the fountain in the garden. He saw that he looked quite as well as they. "Oh, well, cool. I too will sing a song before the balcony of the princesses," he decided. He's like, "Wait a minute, I am pretty enough to sing. Let's go." As if you can't sing when you're ugly. Or that even anyone will be ugly, but come on, you can sing whenever. He did not know that he could sing, but in truth his voice had in it all the music of the rushing of the river. Well, dang. When he sang, even the 2 rival musicians stopped to listen to his song. The 2 older princesses did not know who was singing, but the youngest princess recognized him at once. Did she recognize him, or did she just hope that it would be him, because she was already in love with him? The next day, a great tournament took place. The lad from the river had never seen a tournament, but after he had watched it for a moment, he decided to enter. "Of course! I've never done this. It's deadly. Might as well." He went to get the black horse, which had carried him out of the depths of the river, and the arms he had brought with him from the palace of the river giant. With such a horse and such arms, he carried off all the honors of the tournament. Of course he did. Every one at the tournament wondered who the strange caballero could be. No one recognized him except the youngest princess. She knew who it was the moment she saw him and gave him her ribbon to wear. The next day, all the caballeros who had taken part in the tournament set out to slay the wild beast which often came out of the jungle to attack the city. It was the lad from the river who killed the beast, as all the caballeros knew. When they returned to the palace with the news that the beast had been slain, the king said, "Tomorrow night we will hold the greatest festa which this palace has ever witnessed. Tomorrow let all the caballeros who are assembled go forth to hunt the birds to grace our table." He's gonna be the best at that too, isn't he? The next day, the cavalieros went out to hunt birds, and it was the lad from the river who succeeded in slaying the birds. Oh my god. None of the other cavalieros were at all successful. You killed all the birds? You made an extinction? That's a bad thing, dude. The fuck? Oh my gosh. The two neighboring princes, who were suitors for the hand of the youngest princess, made a contract. We cannot let this stranger carry off all the honors, said one to the other. You say that you killed the beast, and I will say it was I who killed the birds. Oh boy. That night at the festa, one prince stood up before the king and told his story of slaying the beast, and the other prince stood up and told how he had killed the birds. The other cavalieros knew that it was false, but when they looked around for the cavaliero who had done the valiant deeds, they could not find him. The lad from the river had on his old clothes, which he wore as a servant in the garden, and stood at the lower part of the banquet hall among the servants. When the king had heard the stories of the two princes, he was greatly pleased with what they had done. The one who killed the beast shall have a princess to bride, said he, and the one who killed the birds, he too shall have a princess for his bride. The youngest princess saw the lad from the river standing among the servants, and smiled into his eyes. The lad came and threw himself before the king. "Oh, my king," said he, "these stories to which you have listened are false, as all these assembled cavalieros will prove. It is I who killed the beast and all the birds. I claim a princess as my bride." All the assembled cavalieros recognized the lad in spite of his changed appearance in his gardening clothes. "Viva!" they shouted. "He speaks the truth. He is the valiant one of us who killed the beast and the birds. To him belongs the reward." Because, women are rewards. They're not people. Okay, anyway. The youngest prince had a heart filled with joy. The youngest princess, sorry. The wedding feast was celebrated the very next day. Did the other princesses get to marry anybody? Are we going to talk about the other guys who lied? Did anything happen to them? Well, fine, okay. The wedding feast was celebrated the very next day. The river giant found out about it and sent a necklace of pearls and diamonds as a wedding gift to the bride of the lad whom he had brought up in his palace. I thought you wanted to kill him. What the fuck? Oh, fine. The fisherman and his wife, however, never knew the great good fortune which had come to their son. The end. And I suppose this story is supposed to be a lesson of don't get rid of your kids. They could be really cool. But, he was only cool because he was raised by the river, to be fair. Or maybe it was this guy saying, hey, yeah, I had to throw away a baby, but don't worry about it. He'll probably be super awesome. He totally would have a better life. Promoting adoption. Nothing to say that the river giant was going to kill him for trying to feed the horses. Oh my gosh. Chaos. Alright. That is the end of that story. And I have scissor snips and singing frog to do. But I'm a little nervous. While I was reading, I saw my stream freeze a bunch. Now it's not seemingly freezing as much. Oh, there's one. There's a little buffer. You're making me nervous, OBS. Why do you do this? And it does seem to happen the longer I stream. It doesn't do as much at the start. It wants to cooperate at the start. Freaking mess. Freaking mess. Okay. Let's do some scissor snips and some singing frog. And then we can get back to stories. Okay. You're about 20 seconds behind. That makes sense. It does seem to be less nice right now. Yep. Okay. Well, I'm going to do those redeems. At least we can do that. Where am I? There they are. Okay. Here we go. Oh, wait. Keep refreshing. It's back down to around 4 seconds. Okay, well, that's nice, but it's a mess. It is. Yeah, before gradually going up and up again. Mm, it's dropping again. There's some serious OBS problems, and I don't know how to fix it with this. I really don't. It's stressing me out. I need someone that really knows how to do this to help me out, probably. Ugh. Okay, but here's the scissor snips. Go ahead. There you go. There was a scissor snips. Anyhow, all right. We will move along to Herbert singing. So, singing. Nope. Oh, the singing is not. This is going to bother me. Okay. All right, we're gonna bring out Herbert now. It's Herbert time. Through the bad OBS delays. Here we go. OBS, why are you so mean? Why do you do this? It's currently going just significantly less frames per second than it should be. There's a bunch of dropped frames, but it's only eating up, like, it's significantly less CPU than before when I was using the different OBS. Well, it's the same OBS, but you know what I mean. When I downloaded it all over again. You wonder about things. Well, let me see. Colby, my man. Nice channel. Hello! I've been walking here. Hi! It's just a little bit difficult right now. It's not being a very nice stream right this second. I'm gonna try a couple things. I don't know if they're actually gonna change while I'm streaming. But I'm gonna try. Yeah, I can't change those things while streaming. Welcome in. We're about to read our next story. It's called The Beast Slayer. This should be fun. I'm hoping that it's not going to be too mean. It's been a struggle other nights, meaner. We thought we had fixed it enough, and now it's being a struggle again. Which is really, really rude. But anyway, okay. If you're just listening, it's probably mostly the same. But we're gonna find out. So let's swap over to reading. Oh my gosh, buttons. Work with me here. Yes, The Beast Slayer. What kind of beast? Who is the Slayer? We will find out. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I've done a lot to try and fix it, and I just think that somebody else that knows what they're doing needs to walk me through it. Or, like, I don't even know, okay? I don't know what it is. I don't know what could be so mean about it right now. But it is mean. Okay. Once upon a time, there was a man and his wife who were very poor. I mix that up. Okay. Man and his wife were very poor. The man earned his living making wooden bowls and platters to sell and worked early and late. But wooden bowls and platters were so very cheap that he could barely support his family no matter how hard he worked. The man and his wife were the parents of 3 lovely daughters. They were all exceedingly beautiful, and the man and his wife often lamented the fact that they did not have enough money to educate them and clothe them fittingly. One day there came to the door of the poor man's house a handsome young man mounted on a beautiful horse. He asked to buy one of the poor man's daughters. Oh my gosh. The father was very much shocked at his request. "I may be poor," said he, "but I am not so poor that I have to sell my children." The young man, however, threatened to kill him if he refused to do his bidding. So finally, after a short struggle, the father consented to part with his eldest daughter. He received a great sum of money in return. Okay, one of the first times we see a pretty person be an awful person. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you're not awful. What the fuck are you doing? The father was now a rich man and did not wish to make bowls and platters any longer. His wife, however, urged him to keep on with his former occupation. Accordingly, he went on with his work. The very next day there came to his door another young man, even handsomer than the other. Well, damn. Mounted upon even a finer horse. This young man made the same request that the other had done. He wanted to buy one of the daughters. Jeez. Good morning, May May. Yes, it is me, your black iris. A gamecock. May May is the one that started V Garden, the streamer team that I have joined. So thank you very much, May May. And good morning. I am dealing with some stumbly streaming because OBS is a meanie. I'm regularly hitting that wall despite us trying to fix it repeatedly. And I don't know what to do. I don't. But you know what? We're going to keep reading because the sound apparently is fairly consistent. So yes, the next man wants the next daughter. The father burst into tears and told all the dreadful happenings the day before. The young man, however, showed no pity and continued to demand one of the daughters. He made fearful threats if the man would not yield to his request, and the father became so frightened that he at length parted with his second daughter. The first young man had paid a great sum of money, but this one paid even more. Damn! Oh, look at the flowers. Everybody's got somebody with a flower. Do I need to make a frog emote with a flower? Do I need to? We should get a frog flower emote. Yeah, okay. I have so many emotes that I want to make. Yes, that's a lovely frog, but maybe we should make my own frog, not just frog. I guess that's just a frog. He's got a moon on his head. Anyway. We should get it. It seems doable. It's true. But we also need more emote spaces. Because we still have the one that I have in mind. Oh, that's a cutie. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm focusing on the story. Here we go. Oh yes, Mask, you're supposed to go bed. Shh, go to bed. Okay. Though he was now very rich, the father still went on making bowls and platters to please his wife. The next day when he was at work, the handsomest young man he had ever seen appeared riding on a most beautiful steed. This young man demanded the third daughter. The poor father had to yield just as before, though it nearly broke his heart to part with his only remaining child. The price which the young man paid was so very great that the family was now as rich as it had once been poor. Their home was not childless very long, for soon a baby son came to them, and the son's gonna go kill a beast and save his sisters, isn't he? Okay. Baby son came to them. They brought up the boy in great luxury. One day when the child was at school, he quarreled with one of his playmates. This taunt was thrown in his face. Aha, you think your father was always rich, do you? He is a rich man now, it is true, but it is because he sold your 3 sisters. The words made the boy sad, but he said nothing about the matter at home. He hid it away in his mind until he had become a man. Then he went to his father and mother and demanded that they should tell him all about it. His parents told the young man the whole story of the strange experiences through which they had obtained their wealth. I am now a man, said the son. I feel that it is right that I should go out into the world in search of my sisters. Perhaps I might be able to find them and aid them in some way. Give me your blessing and allow me to go. His father and mother gave him their blessing, and the young man started out to make a search through all the world. Soon he came to a house where there were 3 brothers quarreling over a boot, a cap, and a key. What is the matter? Asked the young man. Why are these things so valuable that you should quarrel over them? The brothers replied that if one said to the boot, "Oh, boot, put me somewhere," the boot would immediately put him anywhere he wished to go. If one said to the cap, "Oh, cap, hide me," immediately the cap would hide him so he could not be seen. They could unlock any door in the key could unlock any door in the world. The young man at once wanted to own these things himself, and he offered so much money for them that at last the 3 brothers decided to end their quarrel by selling the boot, the cap, and the key and dividing the money. Well, that sounds a lot like it was a scam. Anybody else? Oh, yes, Fett! We need cat jam, not cat ham. Not cat ham. Go to bed, go to sleep is a very good window. We need cat jam for gay cat purposes. Don't ask. Just watch the VOD later. It's very important. Please believe me. I tried very hard to try and find how I could do that, but I didn't know how. I think I've done it before trying to find. I don't know where it is. I don't. Yes! Okay, you know what to do, Mask. I demand it. Mods, gay that cat. Out of context, I'm absurd, but it makes sense. And I will wait until I see it. Cat jam. If you want a fast rainbow version, cat jam. Oh, yes, we could do a speedier one. But you have a duty already, Mask. Get to it. bigger one maybe, but there you go. Yay! Gay kitty died. You'll have to watch the VOD for that, okay? Anyway. Cat Jam Rave. Yes, that is nice. That one works too. I kind of like the one that we got Cage to do, where it was a little dancey cat. Where it's a little cartoony one with his arms and stuff. But this is also very, very good. Either one is indeed make that cat gay. I thought you were gonna. We were sharing the same brain mask. I thought you were going to do it anyway. I know you're 30 seconds behind, but I thought. We shared a brain for a while. You betrayed me. Okay, I'm gonna get back to the story now. Alright, I'm gonna focus. Huh. He buys the stuff, and it was definitely not a scam, right? Uh-huh. Okay. The young man put the 3 treasures in his saddlebag and went on his way. As soon as he was out of sight of the house, he said to the boot, "Oh, boot, put me in the house of my eldest sister." Oh, Lord, that cat is gay as hell. This is true. All right. Immediately, the young man found himself in the most magnificent palace he had ever seen in his life. He asked to speak with his sister, but the queen of the palace replied that she had no brother and did not wish to be bothered with a stranger. It took much urging for the young man to gain permission from her to relate his story, but when she had once heard it, everything sounded so logical that she decided to receive him as her brother. She asked how he had ever found her home, and how he had come through the thicket which surrounded her palace. The young man told her about his magic boot. Yay! And rat jam. I grew a brain cell. Oh, how rude of you, and you didn't share? I'm so disappointed. Gay rat! Gay rat! I'm very pleased. Thank you. I appreciate this very much. Alright. How did you find me? The young man told her about his magic boot. In the afternoon, the queen suddenly burst into tears. Her brother asked what the trouble was. Oh dear, what shall we do, what shall we do? Sobbed the queen. My husband is king of the fishes. This feels very out of left field. There was a... Oh, no. Okay, no, she is the queen. Okay, yes. I was like, what queen is yelling? Okay. Sister, eldest sister, queen, says, what shall we do? My husband is the king of the fishes. I felt smart having a whole brain cell. Well, congrats. My husband is king of the fishes. When he comes home to dinner tonight, he will be very angry to find a human in his palace. No, don't cry, Mask. Don't cry, you little cow buddy. No, it's okay. It's okay. The young man told her about his magic cap and comforted her fears. So don't worry, he won't see me. I'll be invisible. Soon the king of fishes arrived, accompanied by all his retinue. He came into the palace in a very bad temper, giving kicks and blows to everything which came in his way, and saying in a fierce, savage voice, Lee, lo, lee, leer, I smell the blood of a human here. I smell the blood of a human here. Sir, you are not a giant, you are a fish. You don't get to say that. You don't get to say those things. Illegal. It took him much persuasion on the part of the queen to get him to take a bath. The fish needs a bath? After his bath, he appeared in the form of a handsome man. I'm so lost. He became a handsome man. Where? He then ate his dinner, and when he had nearly finished the meal, his wife said to him, If you should see my brother here, what would you do to him? I would be kind to him, of course, just as I am to you, replied the king of the fishes. If he is here, let him appear. Okay, well, you were very angry earlier, so we had to do this, okay? You're not you when you're dirty, when you haven't slept. Oh, is that a toilet with an ass? It says creamic, and oh no, what is that has an ass? What What are you? Well, hi, bad boy Blazer. Welcome in. You got many spoon of cows. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to continue. All right. Let me talk to your brother, Buddy says. The young man then took off the magic cap by which he had hidden himself. The king treated him most kindly and courteously. Okay. He who bought his wife? All right. He invited him to live for the rest of his life in the palace. The young man declined the invitation, saying that he had 2 other sisters to visit. He took his departure soon, and when he went away, his brother-in-law gave him a scale with these words: "If you are ever in any danger in which I can help you, take this scale and say, 'Help me, O king of the fishes.'" The young man put the scale in his saddlebag. Cream cheese. Aha. Okay, I'm like, what is this? I read the little letters and I thought it was ceramic, and I'm like, no, what is this? Cream cheese. It was for cream cheese. Oh, that makes much more sense. Thank you. All right. Not the attack as I'm about to read. Okay, he put the scale in his saddlebag. Then he took out his magic boot and said, "O boot, put me in the home of my second sister." He found his second sister queen of even a more wonderful palace than his eldest sister. Her husband was king of the rams, and treated the newly found brother of his queen with great consideration. When the young man had finished his visit there, the king of the rams gave him a piece of wool, saying, "If you are ever in any peril in which I can help you, pull this wool and ask help of the king of the rams." With the aid of his magic boot, the young man went to visit the home of his youngest sister. He found her in the most magnificent palace of them all. Her husband was king of the pigeons. Ah. Sorry we do laugh too much. But now we are king of the pigeons. I wonder if any of you will care about me saying that. King of the pigeons, which is apparently the most beautiful place of them all. When the young man departed, he gave him a feather, telling him that if he was ever in any danger, that all he had to do was pull the feather and say, "Help me, O king of the pigeons." All 3 of the young man's brothers... What? All king of the young man's brothers-in-law, I looked away at the wrong time, had admired the power of his magic boot, and they had all advised him to visit the land of the king of the giants by means of it. Why? After having left each of his 3 sisters full of happiness in her costly palace, he felt free to act upon this advice. So by means of his magic boot, he again found himself in a new country. Cute. Okay. He soon heard on the street that the king of the land of giants had a beautiful giantess daughter whom he wished to give in marriage if she could be persuaded to choose a husband. She was such a famous beauty that no one could pass before her palace without eagerly gazing up in hopes of seeing her lovely face at the window. The giant princess had grown weary of being the object of so much attention, and she had made a vow that she would marry no one except a man who could pass before her without lifting his eyes. Okay, so you have to think she's ugly. Why would you? Oh, whatever, fine. The young man became interested when he heard this, and at once rode past the palace with his eyes fixed steadily on the ground. He did not give a single glance upward in the direction of the window where the beautiful giant princess was watching him. The princess was overcome with joy at the sight of the handsome stranger who appeared as if in response to her vow. The king summoned him to the palace at once and ordered that the wedding should be celebrated immediately. After the wedding, the giant princess soon found out that her husband carried his choicest treasures in his saddlebags. She inquired their significance, and her husband told her all about them. I hope she doesn't misuse them. She was especially interested in the key. She said that there was a room in the palace which was never opened. In this room there was a fierce beast which always came to life again whenever it was killed. The giant princess had always been anxious to see the beast with her own eyes, and she suggested that they should use the key to unlock the door of the forbidden room and take a peep at the beast. Her husband, however, gave her no encouragement to do this. He decided that it was too risky, a bit of amusement, but one day when he had gone hunting with the king and court, the princess was overjoyed to find that the magic key had been left behind. I knew she was going to misuse it. She at once picked it up and opened the forbidden door. The beast gave a great leap, roaring out at her, "You are the very one I have sought," and seized her with his sharp claws. When her husband and father returned from their hunting trip, they were very much worried to find that the princess had disappeared. No one knew where she was. After searching through the palace and garden all in vain, they went to the place where the beast was always kept. The prince recognized his magic key in the door, but the room was empty. The beast had fled with the giant princess. Once more the young man made use of his magic boot and soon was by the side of the princess. Yeah, that's a good point. Why do you need the key if you've got the boot? Anyway. The beast... Oh, I guess for small boxes. Yeah. Okay, the beast had hidden her in a cave by the sea and had gone away in search of food. The giant princess was delighted to find her husband, whom she had never expected to see again, and wanted to hasten away from the cave with him at once. "You have got yourself into this affair," said her husband. "I can get you out again, I think, but I believe that it is your duty to at least make an effort to take the beast's life. You're the giant after all, right? Anyway, perhaps when he comes back to the cave, you can extract from him the secret of his charmed life." The princess awaited the return of the beast. Then she asked him to tell her the secret of his charmed life. The beast was very much flattered to have the giant princess so interested in him, and he told it to her at once. He never thought of a plot. This is what he said. "My life is in the sea. In the sea there is a chest. In the chest there is a stone. In the stone there is a pigeon. In the pigeon there is an egg. In the egg there is a candle. And the moment when that candle is extinguished, I die." All this time the prince had remained there, hiding under his magic cap. He heard every word the beast said. As soon as the beast had gone to sleep, the prince stood on the seashore and said, "Help me, O king of the fishes," as he took out the scale which his brother-in-law had given him. Immediately there appeared a great multitude of fishes, asking what he asked them to do. Just on the sand or in the water? Like, are they all Okay, he asked them to get the chest from the depths of the sea. They replied that they had never seen such a chest, but that probably the swordfish would know about it. They hastened to call the swordfish, and he came at once. He said that he had seen the chest only a moment before. All the fishes went with him to get it, and they soon brought the chest out of the sea. Kind of pointless to need the swordfish, but okay. The prince opened the chest easily with the aid of his magic key, and inside he found a stone. Then the prince pulled the piece of wool, which his second brother-in-law had given him, and said, "Help me, O king of the rams." Immediately there appeared a great drove of rams, running to the seashore from all directions. They attacked the stone, giving it mighty blows with their hard heads and horns. Soon they broke open the stone, and from out of it there flew a pigeon. The beast now awoke from his sleep and knew that he was very ill. He remembered all that he had told the princess and accused her of having made a plot against his life. He seized his great axe to kill the princess. Oh no. In the meantime, the prince had pulled the feather which his third brother-in-law had given him and cried, "Help me, O king of the pigeons. There's going to be a bunch more pigeons. You already have a pigeon. This is not helpful." Immediately, a great flock of pigeons appeared, attacking the pigeon and tearing it to pieces. Well, that was savage. Did we need pigeons to attack the pigeon? The fuck? Just as the beast had caught the princess and was about to slay her, the prince took the egg from within the slayed pigeon. He at once broke the egg and blew out the candle. At that moment the beast fell down dead, and the princess escaped unharmed. The prince carried the giant princess home to her father's kingdom, and the king made a great festa which lasted many days. There was rejoicing throughout the whole kingdom because of the death of the beast and because of the safety of the lovely princess. The prince was praised throughout the kingdom, and there is talk of him even unto this very day. The prince had cut off the head of the great beast and the tip of its tail. The head he had given to the king, but the tip of the tail he kept for himself. The beast was so enormous that just the tip of its tail made a great ring large enough to encircle the prince's body. Why is the tail a ring? What? Oh my god. Okay, one day, just in fun, he twined the tip of the beast's tail around his waist. Oh, it was long enough, and so he met two ends meet of the tip of the tail, and that made the loop. Okay, he put it around his waist. He immediately grew and grew until he became a giant himself, almost as tall as the king of the land of giants, and several leagues taller than the princess. It is not strange that a man who became a giant among giants should be famous even until now. The end. What a twisty turn. Well then. There's just a few stories left, and they are shorter. So I have some confidence that we'll finish these stories and by the end of the stream. But we'll do some sniffs real quick first. Get a stretch and posture check in as well. Okay, big stretch. Oh, of course, a big yawn. Okay. Now let's do some sniffs before we move on to the next story. Boop. Boop. Okay, here we go. There was your sniffs. Alright, I'm going to run a 30-second ad while I hydrate, maybe cough a bit, and then we're going to be reading The Quest of Cleverness. This is the last 3 stories we're about to start. Here we go. Ad coming in. Boop. Now I hydrate. Ooh. Alright. Quest. Cleverness. Alright. We are back from ad, and that is all set up. It seems that the bitrate has steadied out for the most part. It's not quite as crazy. Am I wrong in saying that? Did it recover for the most part? How is the delay now? Well, you guys, meh, 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 meh. Is it any better now? Based on the lack of speedy response, I assume it is not better. But okay. The Quest of Cleverness. I begin. Once, long ago, there lived a king who had a stupid son. Stupid. His father sent him to school for many years, hoping that he might learn something there. His teachers all gave him up as hopelessly stupid, and with one accord they said, "It is no use trying to teach this lad out of books. It is just a waste of our valuable time." At length the king called together all the wisest men of the kingdom to consult with them as to the best way to make the prince wise and clever. They talked the matter over for a year and a day. It was the unanimous opinion of the wise men of the kingdom that the lad should be sent on a journey through many lands. In this way he might learn many of the things which his teachers had not been able to teach him out of books. My dad is a king? Very funny. Getting very sleepy, but I can cast along a radar bit for later before I head off to sleep if you want. I would appreciate that. Thank you, Redster. Thank you, Black Tavern Gaming. Black Dragon Tavern Gaming. I always miss one of the words or something. Hello, welcome in. I come bearing good tidings of great heathens. Ooh. I like it. Welcome in, you guys. I hope your stream went well. We are wrapping up our Brazilian folktales. We have read one book, and this is the end of the other book. So welcome in, get cozy. Please, y'all at Black Dragon Tavern Gaming, please look after yourself. Go eat, go rest, whatever you need. Thank you for the follow, Faye Witch 5. I have a tradition of saying the name of whoever joins us and dropping a dance emote of some sort. And this is new. We just got the cat jam rave brain. And so I give you cat jam. You can always call me Black Dragon or Castle. Either acceptable. Right. I think you have said that before. Castle goes hard, isn't it? It does. Well, thank you, Castle. Welcome in. Get cozy. Get your food. Get your rest. Whatever you need. No worries if you have to raid and run. Alright. We were just starting this story. Basically, the king has a very stupid son, and everybody says it's no use trying to teach him. So stupid. The cats weren't gay enough for you. That's a whole reference to earlier. Don't worry about the gay cats. It's a whole thing. Okay, I continue the story. It's my last name, but I'm allergic. Ah, that works. Okay, all right. To the stupid son. At length, the king called together all the wisest men of his kingdom to consult with them as to the best way to make the prince wise and clever. They talked the matter over for a year and a day. It was the unanimous opinion of the wise men of the kingdom that the lad should be sent on a journey through many lands. In this way he might learn of the many things which his teachers had not been able to teach him out of books. Accordingly, the prince was equipped for his journey. He was given fine raiment, a splendid black horse upon which to ride, and a great bag full of money. Thus prepared, he started forth from the palace one bright morning with the blessing of the king, his father, and all the wise men of the kingdom. The prince journeyed through many lands. In one country he learned one thing, and in another country he learned another thing. There was no country or kingdom so small or poor that it did not have something to teach the prince. And the prince, though he had been so insufferably stupid at his books, learned the lessons of his journey with an open mind. There you go. He just needed to be active to learn. He didn't learn from books. All right, there you go. Don't call him stupid. Call yourselves bad teachers. Okay. After long wanderings, the prince arrived at a city where there was an auction going on. A singing bird was being offered for sale. "What is the special advantage of this singing bird?" asked the prince. "This bird, at the command of its owner, will sing a song which will put to sleep anyone who listens to it, was the reply. The prince decided that the bird was worth purchasing. The next thing which was offered for sale was a beetle. What is the special advantage of this beetle? Asked the prince. The beetle will gnaw its way through. All right, I am here. Clawing its way back out of the grave, this dumb little stream. Oh, that's nice. They're still giving me the time. We're here. We are. We should be. Twitch is trying to recover this for me, but it's realized now. Okay, good. I'm sorry, everybody. OBS, I deleted, I re-downloaded, and it was still mean. So we have fully restarted it. Oh, Annie, welcome in, Annie. Welcome in, thank you. I'll take that. I'm going to continue the story, and we're going to piece these parts together at some point, but it's just going to be a little while longer, as long as OBS doesn't put up too much of a fight again. Oh no, now Twitch is recognizing that I have to redo the thing. I mean, OBS is stinky. It is. It is quite stinky. I agree. Welcome in. Okay. We were at... The prince bought the butterfly and the bird and the beetle. And with these things, he traveled on until he became lost in the jungle. The stupid prince. Who then got smarter. Because he traveled the world. Okay. He's lost in the jungle. The foliage was so dense that he could not see his way, so he climbed to the top of the tallest tree he saw. From its summit he spied in the distance what looked like a mountain. But when he had journeyed near to it, he saw that it was really the wall which surrounds the land of the giants. A great giant whose head reached to the clouds stood on the wall as a guard. A song from the singing bird put this guard to sleep immediately. The beetle soon had gnawed an entrance through the wall. Through this opening the prince entered the land of the giants. The very first person whom the prince saw in the land of the giants was a lovely captive princess. The opening with which the beetle had made in the wall led directly to the dungeon in which she was confined. The prince had learned many things on his journey, and among the lessons he had learned was this one. Always rescue a fair maiden in distress. He immediately asked what he could do to rescue the beautiful captive princess. You can never succeed in rescuing me, I fear, replied the princess. At the door of this palace there is a giant on guard who never sleeps. Hey, dumbass, I'm already in here. Clearly that wasn't a problem. Never mind, replied the prince. I'll put him to sleep. We already did. Just at that moment the giant himself strode into the dungeon. He had heard voices there. Sing, my little bird, sing, commanded the prince to his singing bird. At the first burst of melody, the giant went to sleep there in the dungeon, though he had never before taken a wink of sleep in all his life. They don't have to sleep. Damn. My concern is that nobody else fell asleep when they heard this. Did they plug their ears first? Okay, anyway. This beetle of mine has gnawed an entrance through the great wall which surrounds the land of the giants, said the prince to the captive princess. To escape, we'll not have to climb the high wall. What of the guard who stands on top of the wall with his head reaching up to the clouds? Asked the princess. Will he not spy us? My singing bird has put him to sleep too, replied the prince. If we hurry out, he will not yet be awake. I have been confined here in this dungeon so long that I fear I have forgotten how to walk, said the princess. Okay, never mind, replied the prince. My butterfly will bear you upon its wings. With the lovely princess borne safely upon the butterfly's wings, the prince swiftly escaped from the land of the giants. The giant on the wall yawned in his sleep as they looked up at him. He is good for another hour's nap, remarked the prince. The prince returned to his father's kingdom as soon as he could find the way back. He took with him the lovely princess and the singing bird and the gnawing beetles and the strong-winged fairy. His father and all the people of the kingdom received him with great joy. "Never again will the prince of our kingdom be called stupid," said the wise men when they heard the account of his adventures. "With his singing bird and his gnawing beetle and his strong-winged butterfly, he has become the cleverest youth in all the land." Was that really clever, or did he just have tools that did the work for him, my guy? I don't think that made him more clever, but he did get more clever through his travels. So that's good. Okay, I unfortunately have to run an ad. It is trying to force that right now because I restarted and it didn't accept that time. I'm very sorry. 30 seconds ad. That's all. It's just 30 seconds. And if you're subbed, you don't have to worry about it. But here we go. 30-second ad. I will prep the next story, though, while we wait. Penultimate story. Just one more after this one. No, you do not riot. Don't do that. Stop! Little gremlin. Okay. Alright, we are back. Okay, this one is called The Giant's Pupil. Yeah, little. I'm sorry. Okay, The Giant's Pupil. This is the second last story of this book. Oh, and we seem to manage to have a name in here. We don't often get names in these. Okay. Long years ago, there lived a little boy whose name was Manoel. Maybe it's like Manuel, but Manoel. 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 Anyway. His father and mother were so very poor that they could not afford to send him to school. Because he did not go to school, he played all day in the fields on the edge of the forest where the giant lived. One day, Manoel met the giant. The giant lived all alone in the forest, so he was very lonely and wished he had a little boy like Manoel. He loved little Manoel as soon as he saw him, and after that they were together every day. The giant taught Manoel all the secrets of the forest and jungles. He taught him all the secrets of the wind and the rain and the thunder and the lightning. He taught him all the secrets of the beasts and the birds and the serpents. And the serpents. Manoel grew up a wise lad indeed. Oh, what have I done? I'm trying to scribble down the title. I'm going to do that. Grew up a wise lad indeed. His father and mother were very proud of him, and so was his kind teacher, the giant. One day the king's messenger rode up and down the kingdom with a message from the king's daughter. The king's daughter, the beautiful princess of the land, had promised to wed the man who could tell her a riddle she could not guess. All the princes who had sung of love beneath the palace window had been very stupid. The princess wished to marry a man who knew more than she did. When Manoel heard the words of the messenger, he said to his father and mother, I'm going to the palace, to tell a riddle to the princess. I am sure I can give her one which she cannot guess. You are an exceedingly clever lad, I know, my son, replied his mother, but there will be many princes and handsome caballeros at the palace to tell riddles to the princess. What if she will not listen to a lad in shabby clothing? I will make the princess listen to my riddle, replied Manoel. What riddle are you going to ask the princess? Asked Manoel's father. I do not know yet, replied the lad. I will make up a riddle on the way to the palace. I'm going to start at once. The kind giant who had been the lad's friend gave him his blessing and wished him luck. The lad's mother prepared a lunch for him to carry with him. His father sat before the door and boasted to all the neighbors that his son was going to wed the king's daughter. Manoel took his dog with him when he went on his journey, because he wanted someone for company. Manoel journeyed on through the forests and jungles, and after a time he had eaten all the lunch his mother had given him when he went from home. When he became hungry, he spent his last vintum for some bread from a little venda in the town he passed through. He went on to the forest to eat the bread, and before he tasted of it himself, he gave a piece to his dog. The dog died immediately. How dare you! The bread was poisoned. Even as Manoel stood by weeping for his faithful dog, 3 big black buzzards flew down and devoured the dead beast. Jesus! They fell dead immediately. Oh, God! Just then the lad heard voices, and soon he saw 7 horsemen approaching. The men were robbers, and though they had much gold in their pockets, they had no food. "I am hungry enough to eat a dead buzzard," said the captain of the robbers. The robbers greedily seized the 3 buzzards and devoured them at once. They didn't even try to rob the little What? Okay, the 7 men immediately died from the poison. "The buzzards stole the body of my dog, so they became mine," said Manoel. "The 7 robbers stole my 3 buzzards, so they became mine too." "Okay, honey, whatever makes you feel good about taking the money from the dead guys, it's okay." He took all the gold from the pockets of the 7 robbers and dressed himself in the garments of the captain of the robbers because they were the finest. He mounted the horse and the captain of the robbers because that was the best horse. The lad rode on toward the palace of the king. After a time he became thirsty and pushed the horse into a gallop. The horse became covered with sweat, and with the horse's sweat he quenched his thirst. "What? You drank a horse's sweat?" "What?" Anyway, soon he arrived at the royal palace. Ugh. Dressed in the robber's fine garments and mounted upon the robber's fine horse, Manoel had no difficulty in being admitted to the palace. He was taken at once before the princess to tell his riddle. The princess saw in Manoel's eyes all the secrets of the forests and jungles which the kind giant had taught him. "Here is a youth who will tell me a riddle which will be worth listening to," said the princess to herself. All the princes and cavalieros from all the neighboring kingdoms had told her such stupid riddles that she had been bored nearly to death. She could always guess the answers, even before she had heard the end of the riddle. This is the riddle which Manoel told the princess. Okay, have your answers ready as soon as you can. "I went away from home with a pocket full. Soon it became empty. Again it became full. I went away from home with a companion. My pocket full killed my companion. My dead companion was the slayer of 3. Oh, this is just the story. Never mind, you can't guess it. The 3 killed 7. From the 7 I chose the best. I drank water which did not fall from heaven, and here I stand before the loveliest princess in the land." That's not even a question. How is this a riddle? These fucking stories. Anyway, this has happened before. We're like, and I'll tell a riddle. And then it's just a cryptic way of telling your story. It's not even this is a poem. At best, this is a poem. It is not a riddle. There is no question. There is no unknowing. Jesus. Okay, the princess listened to the riddle carefully. Then she asked Manoel to say it all over again. The princess thought and thought, but she did not have a good guess as to the answer to the riddle. There's no freaking... But she thought he was pretty, probably, and it was fine. No one in all the palace could understand Manoel's riddle. "You have won my daughter as your bride," said the king, after he had used all his royal wits to solve the riddle and could not do it. When Manoel explained his riddle to the princess, she said, "Nosa Senhora herself must have sent you to me. I never could have endured a stupid husband." It wasn't a riddle. It was a cryptic story. There was no question. There is no answer. The fuck? And if you're telling me that you couldn't figure out that his pocket was poison when his pocket full killed his companion, you're like... Okay, whatever. I move along. The end. They're happy. I can forget about it. It's fine. It's fine. The last one might be a bit of a callback to our emotes that we were trying to do. It is Domingo's cat. If they say the gayest say the cat is gay, the gayest cat, then that has sealed this. But so far it is just Domingo's cat. And that is the last story. And we will wrap up after that because oh my god, it has been chaos. At the very end of this, I do not want to put up with it. I can never tolerate a stupid husband. I myself being a stupid lady. Clearly. And to think everybody else's riddles were stupid. Were they really stupid, or did she just like not want to try, or like is that just what she said when people showed up? Like if this is what riddles normally are, then it feels like you could just be like, I can't guess what happened in your cryptic ass story. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, Domingo's cat time. Here we go. Last story. Once upon a time, there was a man who was very poor. Wow. We have seen this before. He was so poor that he had to sell one thing after another to get food to keep from starving. After a while, there was nothing left except the cat. He was very fond of his cat, and he said, "Oh, cat, let come what will, I'll never part with you. I would rather starve." The cat replied, "Oh, good Master Domingo, rest in peace. You will never starve as long as you have me." Did you just tell him to die? Or are you saying that he should just not worry about it with rest in peace? Anyway, I'm going out into the world to make a fortune for us both. Well, all right. The cat went out into the jungle and dug and dug. Every time he dug, he turned up silver pieces. Where the hell are you digging? The cat took a number of these home to his master so that he could purchase food. The rest of the pieces of silver the cat carried to the king. Why? Okay. The next day the cat dug up pieces of gold and carried them to the king. The next day he carried pieces of diamonds. Where do you get these rich gifts? Who is sending me such wonderful presents? Asked the king. The cat replied, "It is my master, Domingo." Now the king had a beautiful daughter. He thought that this man Domingo must be the richest man in the whole kingdom. He decided that his daughter should marry him at once. He made arrangements for the wedding through the cat. Like one does. "I haven't any clothes to wear at the wedding," said Domingo when the cat told him that he was to marry the daughter of the king. "Never mind about that, just leave it to me." Yeah, he'll probably dig some up out of the earth, probably. I don't know. The cat went to the king and said, "Oh, king, there has been a terrible fire in the tailor shop where they were making the wedding garments of my master Domingo. The tailor and all his assistants were burned to death, and the entire outfit of my master Domingo was destroyed. Hasn't your majesty something with which you could lend him to wear at the wedding?" The king sent the richest garments which his wardrobe afforded. Domingo was clothed in state, ready for the wedding. "I have no place to which to take my bride," said Domingo to the cat. "Never mind, I'll see about it at once," replied the cat. The cat went into the forest to the great castle where the giant dwelt. He marched straight up to the big giant and said, "Oh, giant, I wish to borrow your castle for my master Domingo. Will you not be so kind as to lend it to me for a little while?" What the fuck? You can't imagine this is gonna go well. The giant was very much insulted. "Yeah, no, indeed, I will not lend my castle to you or your master Domingo or anybody else," he shouted in his most terrible voice. "Very well, then," replied the cat. He changed the giant into a piece of bacon in the twinkling of an eye and devoured him on the spot. Rude, be bacon. What? Could you not have done that before? Could you not have turned people into bacon for the Domingo to eat? What the fuck is this? The palace of the giant was a very wonderful palace. There was one room decked with silver, and one room decked with gold, and one room decked with diamonds. I feel like the cat also could have just started with going to this kingdom and be like, "Hey, can you give me this?" And the kingdom's like giant still would have said no, and then boom, you're baking. We didn't need to do the other steps. Oh my gosh. It was a wonderful palace. One room silver, then gold, then diamonds. A beautiful river flowed by the garden gate. As Domingo and his bride sailed down the river to the garden gate in the royal barge, they saw the cat sitting in the window singing. After that, they never saw him again. What? Okay, fine. He disappeared in the jungle and went to make some other poor man rich. Perhaps he will come your way someday. Who knows? Quem sabe, they say in Brazil, and I'm translating that right now. Who knows? I should have known that. I really should have, but I guess if you meet a cat in Brazil, it could make you rich. What the fuck? This is a wild story. It's not very long, but it was indeed wild. Okay. With that, we are going to raid out. Cage, do you have a recommendation? Did you catch what Fett recommended? We are going to disappear soon. Okay. Oh. I had one day this week where we didn't crash. Mercy loves Genji. Okay, thank you. Alright, and thank you for the raid messages copied and pasted. Thank you. Okay, make sure to copy the Cozy Frog raid, whichever version you can. They're celebrating partner. Okay, we must go say hi. Mercy loves Genji. Okay, let's go. Oh, and... Oh, boop, boop, boop. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Screen is up. Thank you for the raids, people. I very much appreciate you. What do you mean nothing's popping up? Nothing's popping up. Looks like they ended. Ah, that's why. Yes. Darn. Okay. We missed it. Boop. Where do I go? Where shall we run? Oh, fiddlesticks. Thank you for the follow. The first Baka. We have a tradition of dropping dance emotes whenever someone joins, whenever someone follows. So here's your little dancey. We are raiding out. I'm trying to decide who we should check out. You know what? I am very torn. Let's go say hi to Knightley. We're gonna go say hi to Knightley VT, who is also on. Oh wait. Oh, and Kama's here too. No, don't. We're gonna say hi to Knightley. We're running over there. We're going. Yes. Okay. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for raiders. I very much appreciate, and I'm sorry you all had to deal with the technical issues. So thanks so much for putting up with that. I'm going to be uploading the VODs anyway. They will be up somehow. It will go well. I will make it go. I might need your help, Cage, again, but we'll talk about that. Yeah, let's get raiding over. I will be back Sunday with... Oh, okay, cool. I will be back Sunday with origami. And then a little while after that, we're going to start our house sitting for Violet Spellcraft. So we'll be doing a very different schedule, and I need to work on multiple things. Hopefully I can work on fixing OBS, but by the time we get to Vi's place, we won't have to worry about that. Thank fuck. Okay, we'll go right over now. Here we go, let's go say hi. Oh, here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whee!